welcome to the Olympic area of Rio De Janeiro, nestled between the lagoon and the mountains, and the Rio Olympic Arena, where the women's basketball, wheelchair basketball tournament is reaching its conclusion, and this is the classification game for places 5 and 6 in the tournament, which in this session in the Rio Olympic Arena will be followed by the women's gold medal game between Germany and the United States. Interesting little connection here. The Canadian captain, Janet McLaughlin, is married to the men's German coach, Nikolai Zeltinger. Canada with a 3-2 record in the tournament. China with a 2-3 mark. They each lost in the quarterfinals. Canada beat Great Britain, beat Argentina, lost to Germany, beat Brazil, and then lost to Netherlands in the quarterfinals. China beat Algeria and France, then lost to the U.S. and the Netherlands, and lost to Great Britain in the quarterfinals. So an interesting matchup. For Canada, the size of Janet McLaughlin, one captain, and the all-around play of Cindy Willett, the other captain, will be matched by the speed of the Chinese team. Jaimin Dai, the 21-year-old, has been a big star for them coming on. Guidi Liu and their captain Yung Long has moved back into a more secondary role. And let's meet the Chinese team now in ascending numerical order. Chen Zhao Li is number 4. Zhui Qing Chen is number 5. Zhao Yao Wang is number 6. Guidi Liu is number 7. The captain Yun Long is number 8. Hai Zhen Cheng, the center, is number 9. Su Ling Lin is number 10. Jaimeng Dai, who's emerged as the big star for this team, number 11. Mingzhu Deng is number 12. Yanhua Li is number 13. Xiting Huang is number 14. And Daimei Chen is number 15. And the head coach of China is Zhu Yuansheng. You might recognize, if you're a basketball fan, the assistant coach Zhidan Wang, the very tall gentleman who used to play AB basketball for China. And now the team from Canada. First out, number 4, Pebbles, Tamara Steeves. 5, the captain, Janet McLaughlin. 6, Aaron Young, one of many players from the University of Alabama on various teams in this tournament. 7 was Cindy Willett. 8, Rosalie Lalonde, the two Quebecers in the team. 9, Amanda Yan. 10 is Katie Harnock, another product of the University of Alabama. 11 is Darda Sales. 12, Tracy Ferguson, one of many University of Illinois products here. 13 is Jamie Jules. 14, Erica Gavel. And 15 is Melanie Houghton. And the coach of Canada is Bill Johnson. The assistant coach is Michael Broughton. And now with the teams gathered on court, stretched across the foul lines on opposite sides, we will hear the national anthems of both countries, starting with the national anthem of China, March of the Volunteers. And you see the Canadian fans gathered on their side, and they will now hear their national anthem, O Canada. Well, you saw the Canadian rooting section for number 6, Erin Young. Juice, as they call her. The nickname arises from being told by a coach to drink a carton of juice partway through a game, and it gave her energy. She played well, and she's been called Juice ever since. There is the Canadian lineup. The 2 players you most have to watch are Janet McLaughlin, who is the big center veteran at 39 years old, and Sydney Willett, who's probably the best all-around player for them. She's 27 years old. They'll get good help. Rosalie Lalonde, Katie Harnock, Tracy Ferguson. When you look at the point minus, which is something that basketball's adopted from ice hockey, actually, the Canadian national sport, or national pastime, I should say, they use plus minus, and Tracy Ferguson is plus 11, which means her team has scored 11 more points when she's on the court than not. And for China, as I said, Dai and Liu 7 are the 2 players who've carried the bulk of the scoring for them. Long, the captain, has been coming off the bench. There's the coach, Wansheng Zhu, and they're often better when Chang, number 9, is in the game and able to be effective on the low post. But the big challenge for them will be defending McLaughlin inside. McLaughlin, Willett, Harnock, Ferguson, and Jamie Jules, who is married to Adam Lancia on the Canadian men's team here at the Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, make up the starting lineup for Canada. And for China, Chen, Liu, Long, and Su Ling Lin, we haven't mentioned, and Dai. Chen will play in the backcourt, and Lin will play in the forecourt, but Cheng will come off the bench for the Chinese. There's Canada's record, a narrow win over Great Britain, which forced a 3-way tie at the end of the Group A competition with Germany and Canada. A big win over Argentina. They lost to Germany and then beat Brazil, lost to the Netherlands, who were second in Group B in the quarterfinals. China also lost to the U.S. and Netherlands after racking up wins over Algeria and France, both by big margins to start off their competition, and then were beaten by Great Britain, who played a very good game in the quarterfinals to beat China. So these 2 teams playing for 5th and 6th place. The Chinese were 5th in London 2012. There are your officials for the game: Gustavo Mathias from the host nation Brazil, Krunoslav Pike from Croatia, and Jamie Oseguera from the United States are the 2 umpires. And as I was saying, the Chinese finished 5th at the London Paralympics in 2012. They were 7th the year before in Beijing, so moving up the ladder, as it were. They won the Asia-Oceania qualifier, beating Australia in the final of that tournament, 59-43, and a result that, well, it surprised a lot of people, and it kept Australia from qualifying here for the Rio Games. And Long, strangely, was the MVP of that tournament. Canada were world champions in 2014 when the tournament was held in Canada. They have won Olympic gold 3 times, 92, 96, and 2000. They took bronze as that team started to fade in 2004. And that's actually the second most successful country in terms of medals in the Paralympic Games in women's wheelchair basketball. Canada controlling the tap, and that's Cindy Willett. And that's McLaughlin. Willett from Quebec City. And the rebound is put in by Willett. And Canada lead 2-0. And Willett may be from Quebec City, but she is currently living in Los Angeles, where she studies biomedical science at the University of Southern California. Oh, and that's a great pass, open underneath, and it won't fall. Dai going for the offensive rebound. And Dai is going to get the foul on the rebound, loose ball foul. That's the first foul for China. And you see a large number of the people at university or who are with university degrees in this tournament studying things like biomedical science, movement science, and you can understand why. That's Willette into McLaughlin, and she's got the shot just on the outside, the baseline, just outside the paint. That's going to be the hardest thing for China to stop right now because they have no one who is as big as McLaughlin and as high up in the chair as she is. It's 4-0 to Canada. Oh, that's a nice penetration, and then the shot out to Dye. She misses the rebound to McLaughlin. Willette brings it up. And right away, Chinese getting 2 substitutions ready to come in. And there's a foul in the front court. 3 substitutions now. And Chang is coming in, and that was what I sort of expected to see her in the starting lineup because she is the biggest player they can put inside, and they do need that inside presence. The foul was on Dye. That's her second, and that would be bad news for China if she gets into foul trouble early. You get 5 fouls in this game, and if someone picks up too early, it puts them in a dangerous situation. Once they get their third in the first half, they generally will sit out. So Cheng now coming up to help break the pressure. Lee to her, Long. So the veteran Long Young is in now. Cheng, Dye setting a screen for her. And Cheng lines up a shot. And that one's going to be off, and the rebound comes to Willette. Lee and Deng also came in along with Cheng. Lin, Liu, and Chen went out. So their second leading scorer in the tournament is actually out of the game right now, substituted for. That's Liu. In and out on the shot by Harnock, and the rebound by Cheng. Cheng comes up. Sales on her. Nice. You saw Dye put the pick on Sales, and Sales said something, and that was a nice bit of work by Cheng, but she couldn't get the shot to fall. And the rebound comes to McLaughlin. They try to keep her in the back court. Dye getting in front of her, make it difficult for her to get into the front court and for Canada to set up that offense. When they set up and they get McLaughlin's presence down low, it's difficult for them to defend. McLaughlin now is in possession. You heard her call for the ball, and trying to pick up the pass, she reaches backwards, falls over in the chair. They stop play to pick up the chair. There's no foul involved, and the ball went out of bounds off McLaughlin, as you see there. And so China will inbound, trailing 4-0 with 3 minutes gone. Long is very quick, and you see the result right through the Canadian defense, end to end by Long, the captain. Willette now. Good quick defense by Long. She turned around. Willette tried to move on her, but pass inside to McLaughlin. Off the glass, misses, gets her own rebound. Changes position, gets her own rebound again. It was tipped away from her by Cheng, but there'll be a foul on Cheng. And not a shooting foul. Well, it is a shooting foul. Long rebound, but not in the shooting motion, but still about to start it. She misses the first. But right now, I think Coach Zhu is justified in the changes he made in the team. And of course, you often have to substitute more than one player at a time because you have to keep the points level on your team. The players are graded by the level of impairment to their motion. Dye now, and that one won't fall for her. It goes from 1 point to 4.5. The higher the points, the lower the degree of impairment, and you can't have more than 14 points on the court at any given time. So oftentimes, to shuffle your lineup, you have to change multiple players to keep the points level. So that's great defense by Lee on Ouellette, but Ouellette just got a little bit of an opening and shot over her and puts it in. It's 7-2. You don't get all that many times when you have an open one-on-one situation there. And again, we stop for the chair as Jamie Jules and her chair get righted. But it's a fascinating matchup when you do, the defensive player trying to anticipate the chair movement. And of course the chairs, they're strapped so tightly in the chairs become like part of the body and reflect the movement. And there's Cheng. And again, surprised she wasn't starting because she brings the offense down low that they need as well as the defense. And you see her right there with the backing McLaughlin. Now she goes back inside, stops McLaughlin again. Meanwhile, there's a great pass to Ouellette underneath, and we're going to have a jump ball. And let's see which way the possession arrow is pointing. A lot of Brazilian fans have been coming to this basketball game. They made tickets more available, lower prices than the Olympic Games. They've created a real family atmosphere. They've been specifically selling family tickets to these games, 2 games per session. So you get a full day out when you're seeing the basketball. And when you come into the Rio Olympic Arena, there's a huge area set aside, one large room for baby strollers, and it's always full. And there's Dai now. She gets onto the low on the baseline and shoots over Ouellette, and it's 7-6 to China. So that move of bringing Cheng in and playing Cheng and Dai is working out so far for China. They've pulled back into this game in the early going, and there's going to be a foul against China. And that will be the team's 4th, which means the next one will put them into the penalty situation. 17 on the shot clock for Canada, but it goes into McLaughlin, drops it to Ouellette, and she used the glass nicely there. It was a bad angle, had to get it way up on the glass to get it to drop down through the hoop. And now China on the break, said they're quick. They catch Canada napping, and it's 9-8 now as Lee gets the fast break basket. You see that possession arrow I was referring to on the scorer's table now pointing in Canada's favor for the next evenly contested ball, start of the period if nothing else happens. Ferguson, Ouellette, McLaughlin. Now she's way away from the basket, and they'll want to keep her there. They've got 2 on her. She's getting a screen, and she uses it from the outside and hits. It's 11-8 Canada. Pass underneath, and it was tipped away by Harnock. And off of Cheng's hands. We've got a foul. We'd like to see what the signal was. China in the penalty situation. McLaughlin misses, in and out. Cheng. Lee wanted to set the screen for her. Dai now on the fadeaway, and it's good, and the foul. So Dai makes it 11-10, and she'll have a chance to tie the game with 3:22 to play in the first quarter. Rosalie Lalonde coming in for Canada. Dye with a shot to tie the game. Misses, and McLaughlin clears the board. Lalonde from Montreal, as I said, with Ouellette, the other Quebecoise among the Canadian team. Chang in that low position off the baseline, moves behind the screen set by Long. Long goes to the basket, but Cheng takes the shot. But she was thinking, I think, or Long was looking for a pass, could have dropped it in over the defender. It's still 11-10, just under 3 minutes to play in the quarter. And all alone is Lalonde. Underhand layup misses, but McLaughlin pulls in for the rebound, and it's 13-10 Canada. And it's a traveling violation on Dye. The traveling rule is simple. You get 2 pushes of the wheel, and if you do use the 2 pushes, you then have to dribble. But any movement of the wheel is considered a push. So if you turn on the wheel, that's 1 push. If you turn back the other way, that would be a second, and that's what happened to Dye without gadding the dribble. And so much of this chess game that wheelchair basketball involves keeping players out of the play. McLaughlin nearly was defended into the backcourt, but she got a great pass up to Lalonde, and Lalonde is fouled as she goes for the shot by Deng. Coach Johnson, I think, was up. Good call for that. It's Deng who went flying, but you saw no question about the foul right across the arm, stopping the shot. I think Coach Johnson might have been asking for an unsportsmanlike foul, an intentional foul. Lalonde makes the first. And makes the second. Canada up to a 15-10 lead now. Tamara Stevens has come in the game now for Canada. Steves has come into the game. Her nickname was Tam Tam when she was young, and then one of her uncles gave her the nickname Pebbles. Pebbles being Bam Bam's friend in the Flintstones. And McLaughlin with the rebound, and Lalonde was quickly down. Ouellette comes up to help her. Ouellette can't get the layup in, and it's rebounded away by Liu for China. Long comes up, and that'll be a foul on Ferguson as she stopped Long. As I said, the strength of the Chinese team is the quickness. Very good in transition, not afraid to attack and penetrate, as you saw there. And Canada now with 3 team fouls. Lee just thought about the shot, gives it to Cheng. Cheng's got McLaughlin on her, but she gets Lee. Lee set that up. Cheng got a piece of that ball, and it's a 24-second violation as the shot didn't hit the rim, and therefore they didn't get a shot off. And Ouellette comes back to inbound to Lalonde. She can continue her dribble, and she does. Once you stop your dribble, you're not obliged to stop. You can pick your dribble right back up. Ouellette from the outside misses. The rebound comes to Deng, and she gives it quickly to Dye. And Dye's got, well, almost, McLaughlin got back quickly. China almost had the 3-on-2 break. Long. And outside off the glass by Deng. And it's 15-12. McLaughlin now double teamed on the inbounds pass, and that one was tipped out of bounds by Wang. Willette drops it to McLaughlin from the outside, and she hits. Beautiful shot. She's got great range for a big. Five-point lead for Canada. China can get the last shot away. And it hits nothing but glass. And Lalonde will heave it down court to Willette. And her shot didn't miss by much, but it doesn't go in. And the first quarter comes to an end with Canada leading China 17-12. Off to a quick start. Chinese came back. Canada applying a bit more pressure toward the end of the quarter. So it just went back and forth, but pretty balanced quarter, which I think you might see from the statistics, although the Canadian shooting percentage is bound to be better. Let's take a look at the quarter time stats. So yeah, only just a little bit, 47 to 40% from the floor, and turnovers, everything else pretty much equal. The big advantage for Canada, as it will be through the game, is rebounding. 4 offensive rebounds to 0, 9 defensive rebounds to 4. That's 13-4, a rebounding advantage. And that's a tough obstacle for China to overcome. They have to do it by getting breaks and by shooting from the outside. The score at the end of the first quarter, 17-12. This is the classification game for the 5th and 6th places in the Olympic women's wheelchair, in the Paralympic women's wheelchair basketball tournament. China against Canada. Canada leading 17-12 after one quarter, the start of the second quarter, and China with the possession arrow will put the ball in play, and the possession arrow will switch over to Canada for the next one. And right away, we've got to pick a chair up. Jamie Jules is down. And now up. Deng now for China as they inbound the ball again. Long. Dai is trying to screen for her. Lalonde comes out now and picks up Long, but Long gets the shot away. It misses and it goes off the bottom of McLaughlin's chair. China will have 14 on the shot clock as they inbound again. Dai was getting a good screen there, but passed it up to the top of the key to Lee, over to Deng, and Deng from the outside. The two-handed shot is in and out, and McLaughlin again with the rebound. And McLaughlin already has 10 rebounds in this game, just half a minute into the second quarter. Ball went off the Chinese, and Canada will inbound it. Lalonde and Willette. And we've got substitutions from Canada and people in the stands. Young and Harnock come in, and McLaughlin's going to get a rest, and Steves is going out as well. So McLaughlin with 10 rebounds in the first 10 and a half minutes will sit down for a while. And Erin Young will take her place as the big there, number 6. That's Young with the ball. Long cross-court heave to Willette, and Willette had to get that shot up quickly to try to beat the 24-second clock. But the violation is a turnover to Canada, and China will inbound. Lee. Young's on her. Willette's on Dai. And Dai, they get the ball to her in the paint. And Dai, well, she doesn't have her shooting touch today. Young, Cheng picked her up quickly and stopped her. The pass up court is hit by Lalonde. It bounces off Lee's face and out of bounds. And Canada will inbound. Lalonde now at the top of the key for Canada. Harna. Youngs. Oh, good pass to Lalonde, and Lalonde tried to get the shot up, but she was fouled by Deng. And again, Deng reaching in and getting arm. Just too far across the ball in the right arm, and she can get the left eye. Now it seems to be going out for arrest. And she's replaced by Lee. So Lee and Cheng now will be the bigs for China. Lalonde makes the first. Misses the second, but gets her own rebound, and Canada with 14 on the clock. Start things over. Willette with the ball. Oh, great pass to Lalonde. Lalonde misses the layup, and the rebound goes to Cheng. Cheng, they start off, and again, quickly on the break, and Lee is going to miss her layup at the other end, and Youngs get the rebound for Canada, and there's a foul in the backcourt. And coming down on her elbow was Long. Two minutes gone in the second quarter. It's 17-12, and Young will get picked up or pick herself up. Put her strap back on. Nice bit of defense by Cheng on Young there. Lalonde sets a strong screen. The ball goes cross court to Jules. 6 on the shot clock. They're counting it down. Willette's going to take a three. Off the glass, misses, but a rebound by Lalonde. She misses the layup again. And it was knocked, I guess, through Lalonde's hands by Lee. And for Canada, Ferguson's going to come back into the game. Tracy Ferguson is 42, the oldest player on this Canadian team. Janet McLaughlin's 39. It is a veteran team. The young player, Rosalie Lalonde, is only 19. Aaron Young is only 20. But the core of the team has been with them for quite a while. Sales is 34, Harnack's 33. Oh, and bad miss by Lee, who had a good path to the basket. Again, getting the penetration and not being able to finish. But there's the finish for Canada as Harnack lays it in, and it's 20-12. 3 minutes gone in the second period. The Chinese team is somewhat younger. As I said, Dai at 21 is the youngest player. The rest are mostly in their mid-20s and early 30s. fighting for the rebound after the miss, and Ferguson comes up with it, gets it up to Willett. Willett just tried to push it down court, but Harnock wasn't going that way. Deng came up with the ball. And with the and there's been a timeout taken by China after some consideration and much deliberation among the referees, who whistled the play dead when on the steal by Deng. The substitutions came in. There was no signal for why the play had been whistled dead, and then China took a timeout. They trail Canada 20-12. So it's funny how quickly things get adopted. Every team now put hands on shoulders and then give their whatever word or phrase it is in unison before they come out. Now there's a foul as Lee was coming in for China, and the foul's going to be on Houghton right there, wheel to wheel, as Houghton goes down. Steves. And for China, Lee with the basket. 20-14. McLaughlin back in for Canada. Willett is called for an offensive foul. And she threw an awkward pass that went awry. And China have another possession and a chance to pull closer with 6 minutes and change remaining in the first half. Deng. Long. Sets for the shot. Off the glass, won't go. Rebound up by Harnock for Canada. Xu, well, there's nothing much you can do when they get the shot in the right position and it just won't go. Ferguson fighting to get free, loses the ball, and it's finally picked up by Chang. And here come China now, trying to fast break. Good job by McLaughlin to slow that one down. Chang now again with the lead passed on. Good to Lee. Lee with the left-handed shot, same position, a little bit more tightly defended by Lalonde, and couldn't make that hit. Harnock now loses the ball to Chang. Chang looking for some help. And there's a blocking foul called on Harnock. Harnock, well, she made it easy there by losing the ball for Cheng to pick up, and then blocked her with the back of her chair. And Canada need a timeout now with 5:24 to play, and leading 20-14, but neither team playing really fluid basketball at the moment. Defense is trumping offense as we go along. And McLaughlin in the captain's role there, basically. working with their teammates. Meanwhile, the Brazilians are doing the Macarena in the crowd. A little help from the Canadian rooting contingent that's down here. Lee doesn't take this shot. She's missed her last two. Deng, though, moves behind her screen, and Deng swishes. 20-16 now, just approaching the halfway point of the second quarter. Lalonde brings it down quickly for Canada. Puts it up high for McLaughlin. She spins around. The shot goes in and out, but she's fouled. And McLaughlin misses her first. She's she was 100% on foul shots before coming into this game. And she makes the second, 21-16. Chang, good pass. Chen couldn't get it to go. Rebound comes off to Ferguson. Quickly up court intended for Lalonde. Can she chase it down? No, it gets out of bounds before she can. 4.5 minutes to play. And again, China will inbound. Turnovers officially 3 for China and 10 for Canada right now. Canadians who came out playing their game, getting the ball into McLaughlin, working that very well, have been put off their game now by the Chinese defense. And another shot by Lee that is an air ball. That's 2 out of the last 3. And that one pushed ahead by Ferguson to Harnock over to Lalonde. That ball handling right now has been a real problem for Canada. And there's a foul that should send Lalonde to the line as China are in the penalty situation. Foul was on Chang. That's her third, and that's bad news for China because China only have 4 fouls. But that's bad news for China because Chang, they played much better since she came into the game. Gave them that extra presence inside. And she was busy concentrating on Ferguson. Harnock got the shot away cleanly, but missed. It's still 21-16. And China with Cheng bringing the ball down. Houghton engaged in a little battle with Lee there. Lee tries to keep Ferguson away. Deng had to get the shot away before the buzzer went, and it was blocked by Harnock. Harnock's block was picked up by Deng, but she couldn't get another shot away, and it's a turnover on the 24-second violation with 3.5 minutes to play in the first half, and Canada still leading by 5. Lalonde for Canada. She's turned away by Chang, but that pulls Chang away from McLaughlin. They don't get the ball to McLaughlin, though. Harnock to Ferguson. Ferguson trying to make a little space. McLaughlin just picks the ball up away from her, and Canada have a 24-second violation. So dueling shot clock violations by Canada and China. It gives you an indication of how dislocated this game has become. And Cheng comes out now, and Dai replaces her 1-for-1. So in a sense, I think China's best period was when those two were in together, but when Cheng was in by herself, they still managed to defensively disrupt Canada enough to really bring the game down. The first quarter was 17-12. So far in this quarter, the score is 4-4. And Dai misses the shot. The rebound bangs around. Dai keeps it alive, and Lalonde finally takes it to McLaughlin. Dai gets a piece of the ball there. McLaughlin gets it up. And Canada can't get it across. Another turnover. Deng got to the ball first. She gets it back now at the top of the key. Dai sets a screen for her, and Deng misses the two, and McLaughlin with another rebound. And McLaughlin stopped cold by Chen. And it's going to be an 8-second violation against Canada. Oh no, excuse me, it's going to be a foul on Deng for China, and that will be shot by Canada. And China take the timeout with 2:21 to play in the half. Coach Zhu, I think, wants to go over that pressure. It's really put Canada off their game in this second quarter. China have shot 2 for 15 in this quarter. Canada have shot only 1 for 6. They've only had 6 shots in the corner. Even China had 15 in the first quarter. That is very, very strange. 12 turnovers by Canada, 8 in this quarter to 4 by China. Normally, Canada get 40 points a game. In this tournament, at least 61% of their points have come in the paint. So China has done a relatively good job of keeping McLaughlin under control. Now, she's only played 10 minutes of the game. She's 4 for 8 from the floor, but they weren't getting any shots at all, the Canadians, while she was out of the game. And therefore, they're getting far fewer points in the paint. Lalonde. She misses the second, but McLaughlin reaches over for the rebound, and she misses the shot inside. And the whistle blows to untangle the chairs in the paint. Lee setting the screen, beautiful stuff from Long, who went around it and lays the ball in. It is 22-18 now, 4-point game as we go under 2 minutes, and China with more full court pressure. McLaughlin breaks that. Oh, that's a good pass from Yan, and Lalonde lays it in. Amanda Yan had just come into the game for Canada. And a great assist for her. It's 24-18. Oh, there's an opening. McLaughlin has to come over to defend Long. Gets her hand on the ball. It's a jump ball. The possession arrow was with Canada. And so it's a turnover to China. And Canada will inbound. I think you hear the official telling Long it's a white ball. She's not going to give it up easily, is she? Harnock now. Up to McLaughlin, to Lalonde. Houghton was trying to get the break. Shot clock's already down to 5. They have to try the long pass, and it's good. And there's a great shot by Harnock, but she did even better to control that pass, which was right up. She had to stretch to her maximum to get that one. She kept control and got the shot away as the shot clock wound down. It's 26-18 for Canada. Inside. And Lee with the basket, 26-20 now. China putting more pressure on Lalonde comes up and gets it to McLaughlin. 17 on the shot clock. It's 4 ahead of the game clock. Harnock. McLaughlin from the outside. She misses. There's nobody for the rebound except Chen for China. And with 6 seconds left, China can come down with Lee. Lee looking for someone to shoot. And there's a foul, and that's a bad foul to give up with less than a second on the clock. Luckily for Canada, it's not a shooting foul. And China will have a chance for a catch and shoot, but it's going to have to be quick with 0.3 of a second. But the clock does not start until the ball's touched on court. So you can catch it and shoot it. Don't know if that beat the buzzer, but it's nowhere near the basket. And so that's the way the half ends. It was a 5-point game at the quarter. It's a 4-point game at the half as Canada came alive in the last couple of minutes to score some points, but a low-scoring quarter, 9-8. Canada won that one by 1, and the margin, China, and the margin at the half is 6 points, 26-20. Low scoring second quarter, very sloppy second quarter for most of that, primarily because of the pressure defense by the Chinese, which has forced 12 turnovers so far by the Canadians. And let's see how many points China's been able to get off of those turnovers. They have not been shooting well. The shooting percentage down to just over 30. Only 4 points for Canada from turnovers, but 8 from China from those 10 Canadian turnovers. Still a huge advantage in rebounding. It's now 20 for Canada on defense, 27, so 27-10 for Canada. They're not shooting well, but they're shooting better than the Chinese. They've shot 6 free throws, and China has missed the only one that they have taken, and that really is the difference of the game. The Chinese pressure has slowed Canada down, but China hasn't been able to turn that into enough points to take a lead. And the score at the half is Canada 26, China 20. Welcome back to the Rio Olympic Arena and the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. It's women's wheelchair basketball. This is the classification match for 5th and 6th place between Canada and China. And at the half, Canada lead the People's Republic of China 26-20. First period was 17-12. Second period, only 17 points scored between the two teams, 9 for Canada, 8 for China. Canada took only 10 shots in that second period, which is astounding, but they had 8 turnovers, so nearly as many turnovers as shots for the Canadians. And the Chinese, with only 2 turnovers in the period, turned that into points for themselves. But each team has made 10 baskets, only 10 baskets in the half. The Canadians 10 for 25 shooting, that's 40%. The Chinese 10 for 32 shooting, that's 32%. And that's where most of the difference lies. The other big difference in rebounds, where Canada leads 27-10. The Chinese are not getting very many second shots. China inbounded to start the half. Dai with the shot. She's been very cold for China, and expecting her to really have a big game, but she's 2 for 8 from the floor right now. She's taken more shots than any of the other Chinese players, as you'd expect, but just hasn't been effective. Willette now with the ball. And Willette only played 13 minutes, so she got quite a bit of rest in that first half. And Harnock's shot just beat the buzzer, but she couldn't get that one to fall. And China again coming down quickly, again missing the first shot, but this time getting a rebound and drawing the foul as well. Long with the rebound, a rare offensive rebound for China, and Jules, I believe, with the foul. That's her second, obviously just the team's first here in the first minute of the second half. Jules, Ferguson, Harnock, Willette, and McLaughlin, the 5 in for Canada. Lee, Long, Dai, Chen, and Lee hits from the outside. Now, if the shots can start dropping for China from the outside, this is going to be a different game. They've been able to get good shots. They've been able to set up screens and get good shots from the outside. And because of the turnovers and the pressure, they've been able to keep Canada from setting up their pattern game, which is based around getting McLaughlin inside for close work. 4-point game, 26-22. Willette to McLaughlin outside. Oh, and a good entry pass. And the shot is canned by Jules. And it's 28-26. You could see Dai there. She was secondary, waiting for McLaughlin to move. And while she did, Jules went past and got the path to the basket. Very quickly down court. Chen, a good pass to Dai, but Dai doesn't take the shot. She spins back around and gives it to Long. Long, who is so quick and fearless in penetrating. Now to Dai on the baseline. This would be the good shot for them. It doesn't go, but she draws the foul, and that one will be on Ferguson, who's picking herself up right now with a hand from Long. And there's the foul with the chair on the legs. And Dai will shoot 2. Dai, well, I was going to say she nearly lost the ball as she brought it back, but she swished the shot through. Maybe that would be a new technique to develop. Does the same thing, so it is part of that. I hadn't noticed that before. Sort of cocks the head back, gets to give a little bit extra room to put the ball into play, and it is 28-24 in the third. Good pass up to Harnock. Oh, great dish to Willette. Willette is fouled, and Willette was going out of bounds. She got the ball back to Ferguson with a great pass, but before she did, the foul was called on Long. Canadians seem to be having problems with their straps. They're all adjusting. 13 is Jules. Tries to get into McLaughlin. Look how the Chinese collapse on her. And finally, it's Deng who forces the jump ball. Possession arrow was with Canada. They put it in, but only 6 on the shot clock. And that one's off, and the rebound by Deng. Over to Long. China coming down quickly. Look at Dai wheeling in. Long pass to Lee. It's good, and the foul. And Lee has a chance to make it a 1-point game. Coming in for Ferguson. Chen Zhao Li. And she makes it. We've got a 1-point game with 7 minutes and change in the third period. 28-27 to Canada. China have outscored Canada 7-2 so far in this third period. Willette, who's been very quiet so far, has a path now to the basket and puts the shot in. 30-27. Lots of motion from the Chinese. Now they set up with the screen. Dai is on the outside. Lalonde is in front of her. Over to Deng. Down low to Lee. And Lee misses that one. McLaughlin reaches over for the rebound and gives it to Willette. And they try to stop McLaughlin from getting down quickly. Good job by Lee to slow Willette down, and immediately Deng comes out on her. And there's a foul inside, no shot. As McLaughlin got her 16th rebound of the game. Foul was on Dai, that's her 3rd. Into McLaughlin, takes the shot and hits. 34-27. Excuse me, 32-27. 5-point lead for Canada. Lalonde is down and they'll pick her up. Trying to have 20 on the shot clock as Long gets it back. She'll penetrate. Wants the ball down to Lee. And it goes down to her on cue, and Lee puts it in. That was the shot they wanted. It was the shot they got. And it's as if they decided that mismatch, Lee against whoever was guarding her down low, was one that she could take advantage of. She's got 6 points in this quarter. China have 9. And they trail Canada by 3. Oh, that's a great pass for Lalonde. Lalonde lays it up and in. 34-29. Give the assist to Willette there. Right down to Lee. Now that's a little bit too early because Willette was out on her, and they want to match her up with one of the players in the lower chairs, but Lee trying to penetrate into the paint, and from the foul line, it's Deng who backhands that shot 34-31 now, just approaching the halfway point of the third quarter. Willette, Chen knocks the ball away from her, but it's picked up and just over the line by Lalonde. Lalonde has it knocked away from her. And now Willette, 12 on the shot clock. She'll shoot from the outside and swishes it through, 36-31. Well, you see the German fans there not caring much one way or the other. Germany will play the United States for the gold medal in the game that follows this one in this session here at the Rio Olympic Arena. Lee again inside, and the foul and the basket. So Lee with a chance to make it a 2-point game at the foul line. The foul's on Jules. That's her third. And Lee has 13 now. Make it 14, and it is a 2-point game, 36-34 with 4.5 to play in the third quarter. Houghton comes in for Canada, replacing Jules, who had her third foul. McLaughlin on the outside now, and Dye cuts her off. Now Lee hits her hard, and that's another good pass, and Lalonde finishes. McLaughlin had to thread the needle for that pass. Lalonde cutting through the paint, and Lalonde with the layup makes it a 4-point game with 4 minutes to play in the third. Long. Lee's outside now. Dye's trying to set up in that low spot. They've got her on Lalonde, and they like the fact she can shoot over Lalonde, and she does and hits it. 38-36, 2-point game. Pass goes up to Willette, and there goes McLaughlin now, and she's one-on-one. She stops to set the pick for Willette. Thought she was going to go in and set up down low inside, and Willette loses the ball, and it goes to China. I think Willette just lost that one herself. So China with 3.5 to play in this quarter, and a chance to tie the game now as Long brings it up. Willette cuts her off. Lee was setting the screen. Long came all the way in, but the pass went off Chen's hand. Houghton picked it up, and you've got Willette on the fast break, and Willette lays it in. It's 40-36 with 3 minutes to play in the quarter. Those are the German fans you see sitting there stony-faced. And there's a timeout called by China with 2:54 to play in the third quarter. Canada 40, China 36, and this has been better stuff than the second quarter for both teams. And China have actually outscored Canada 16-14 in the quarter so far. And they've done it by getting that same low spot, first for Lee and then for Dye. And this was the last play as Houghton got the ball, left it back for McLaughlin, and Willette was breaking for the basket and had the easy layup. 40-36 Canada. There are the leading scorers. Balanced scoring from Canada, McLaughlin, Willette, and Lalonde, which you almost didn't expect. You thought McLaughlin and Willette would have more points, especially McLaughlin. Lee and Dye, the leading scorers for China. Cheng hasn't come back in. She was in the first half, probably the best of the Chinese players, working again down low against Canada. But the surprising thing is they really haven't been able to establish McLaughlin inside except in the beginning of the game, in the first quarter. She's dominated the defensive boards, but Dye now on the other side misses, and McLaughlin again with the rebound. Up to Lalonde. Roulette coming over, and Lalonde's pass didn't beat the 8-second clock as she was waiting for Roulette to come open for her. And that's another turnover for Canada, forced by China, and China with another chance in the attacking zone now as Lalonde picks up Dye immediately. McLaughlin's on Lee, which takes that baseline shot away. Deng now up top. Long spinning. Lalonde right with her. Dye in the paint. Dye with the shot. It's short off the front rim. The rebound coming loose, but McLaughlin gathers it up and gives it quickly to Lalonde. Lalonde coming down, doesn't have the layup, turns around. Roulette is there. McLaughlin is there. Lalonde to Harnock. She loses the ball, and it goes over to China. Another turnover for Canada. Now China can come down with numbers. McLaughlin stopping Lee. The Canadians get back quickly to even the numbers up, and it's going to be a foul on McLaughlin. And Tamara Steeves comes back in for Canada. Canada in the penalty situation. Lee misses the first. And makes the second. It's a three-point game, 40-37 with 1:40 to play in the third quarter. China has really taken Canada out of their game here. In this quarter, Canada's biggest offense has been fast break points, which is kind of what you would expect from the Chinese. The two teams actually run up about the same number of fast break points per game in this tournament. But the pattern game hasn't worked for them. Roulette, and it was Lalonde had to kind of reach around with a hook shot that wouldn't go for them, and China get the rebound and come down with Dye. Dye spinning. Lee coming through the middle. Lee getting caught in the middle and now coming out. Long. She puts the long shot up. I couldn't resist. And it's an air ball that hit nothing but net, so it goes over to Canada. 40-37 Canada. They led by 6 at the half. That lead right now is 3 in the last minute of the quarter. Lalonde trying to penetrate, now turns around to McLaughlin in the paint, a little bit farther out than she'd like to be, and its shot hits the front of the rim. Trying to rebound with 40 seconds to play, and Dye looking for the long pass up court to Long. Long into that spot for Lee. A little bit farther out for her as well, and she hits the front of the rim. But Lee gets her own rebound. The new clock for China, they can pretty much work for the last shot if they like. And there's all alone inside. There's a foul, though. The foul is before the shot. And the foul, I believe, is going to be on Steeves. But China will shoot the foul shots. And it'll be Dye going to the line. So Dye will have a chance to pull China within 1 with 20 seconds to go. First shot's good. And Dye makes the second. It's 40-39 with 20 seconds to go. Canada can work for the last shot of the quarter if they can get it down, which has been a problem for them. There's the pressure from China. There's Ouellette, but Lalonde turns around, gets it up to McLaughlin, and McLaughlin to Ouellette, and Ouellette is going to be called for the foul. And that's her 4th. So she'll come out for these last 10 seconds rather than risk a foul. Ferguson comes in to replace her. The exception to the penalty shot is on offensive fouls, which is what that was. So China don't get the shot, but they do get the shot at the last points of the quarter, and it misses, and Canada will hold it as the quarter ends, and they hold on to a narrow 1-point lead now over China. They led by 5 at the end of the first quarter. They led by 6 at the half, but now the lead has been reduced to 1. It is Canada 40, the People's Republic of China 39 after 3 quarters of this 5th and 6th place classification playoff. And, well, statistically, turnovers really the story of this game. 16 for Canada, 6 for China. China's shooting is coming up now. The Canadians are staying about the same, but they've gone to the free throw line now. They'd only been once in the first half. They were 7 for 8 from the free throw line in this quarter, and that's where the difference comes from. They outscored Canada by 5 in the quarter, 19-14, and it's been pressure creating Canadian turnovers that's been the difference for China. (40-39) after 3 quarters. The Chinese have fought their way back up into the game in the third quarter, and they've done it with pressure, forcing turnovers by Canada and taking Canada out of the patterned kind of offensive game they would like to play, built around Janet McLaughlin inside. And Dai is going to give China their first lead in the game at 41-40. And she did it inside, where you would have expected McLaughlin to be dominant. McLaughlin only 12 points right now, 5 of 12 shooting. She does have 18 rebounds. Willette, 6 of 10 shooting, only 12 points for her. Lalonde has 10 now for China, but China in the lead, 41-40. And the 5th place finishers in London are looking to finish 5th again in Rio de Janeiro. Willette from the foul line. She hits. Canada 42, China 41. Dai brings it down herself over to Deng. Deng gets the pick from Long, and Deng uses the glass, and she puts it in. All of a sudden, the Chinese now have their shooting eye. It's 43-42 for China. And the other thing you have to say is that Long, who hadn't scored much in this tournament, but was the MVP of the Asian Oceania Championships, has really played a captain's game here and has been the motor of this Chinese team. Marna comes back in for Canada. Steeves comes out. The foul was on Long. That was her 3rd. And McLaughlin hits. 44-43, Canada by 1. And now the Canadians picking up over the halfway line, coming out now to play defense. Deng trying to get through and can't get past Lalonde. They've got Dai, and this is designed to push them out a little bit further. Dai's got the long shot, it rims, and McLaughlin with yet another rebound. And the quick outlet Lalonde isn't going to outrace those two down there, and she loses it to Dye, but it's off Canada. It's off Dye, and Canada will keep possession with 16 seconds on the shot clock. And here is where, even when they can set up, they have not been able to run their offense. And Lalonde just leaving that ball out there, unaware a defender was coming up behind her. Inbounded to Willette. Long defending on her. Now Lee comes out. She drops it to her. Oh, good pass behind the back to Lalonde, and Lalonde is fouled and will shoot too. But what a lovely behind the back pass, behind the head pass really, to set that one up for Lalonde. Lalonde makes the first. And makes them both. 46-43 to Canada. No response still from those Germans in the crowd. Lee, she's got range, she hits. 46-45. Lalonde, there was a little opening. Now she's got an angle. Can't get the shot to go. She can't get the rebound either. McLaughlin couldn't get past as Lee was in her way, and now it's 2-on-1 for China. The pass from Dye, the shot misses, and McLaughlin comes back and pulls the rebound down emphatically. Harnock now. Canada have to get it across the halfway line. Willette looking for a pass, and they're going to be called for the 8-second violation. The 8-second is the one that has been hurting Canada the most. Long, she's the playmaker. Into Dye, in the paint, and Dye draws the foul. She'll shoot two. McLaughlin gets the foul. Jules comes in for Lawton. And Dye will shoot two. Watch that style again. Watch her pull her head back. It's really to just get that extra push on the ball. And she misses them both. McLaughlin gets the rebound. The coach of the German was saying, they said McLaughlin into the lane too soon, and China will get another shot. Coach Glenicki of Germany, and well, that cost Canada a point, and it's tied at 46. A little bit of an edge for Lalonde. She lays it up and in. It's 48-46 to Canada with 3 minutes gone in the fourth quarter. Then we've got a timeout called by China. 6:58 to play in the game. Canada 48, China 46. That entering the free throw lane early is an interesting one. It almost never gets called until the fourth quarter when it becomes crucial. And sometimes it's called for the innocuous motion in, occasionally for players who are actually trying to gain an unfair advantage. But it's one of those that's the rule is basically observed more in its breaking than the keeping of it. Got to, Coach Zhu really has come up with a good plan for this game, and you have to be really impressed with the way they've taken Canada out of their game. They've used pressure to take away both this pattern game and to create numerous turnovers by the Canadians, and that is why it is a 2-point game right now, and the lead has been seesawing back and forth between the Canadians and the Chinese. So China inbound, just under 7 minutes to play, 2 points down to Canada. Long at the top, and that was poked away by Ouellette for the steal. A turnover to Canada, up to Lalonde, and there's a foul. And that foul was one that was basically, it's pseudo-intentional. In other words, you give the foul rather than give Canada the break coming down, and you try not to make it too obvious that you're giving a deliberate foul. Harnock now, nobody picks her up. Her shot drops, and that's a good one for Canada. They haven't had those easy baskets, and China, concerned more with McLaughlin underneath. Harnock just could walk it in, and Canada now lead by 4. Dye gives it to Long. Now watch where Dye goes. Into the lane, sets the pick. They give her the ball in the lane. She sits for a bit, lines up her shot, and makes it. It's 50-48. And again, the pressure from China. And there's a steal, almost a steal. It went off Deng's hands. Underneath now is Lalonde. She can't get the shot to go, but McLaughlin's there, uses her left hand. She was so far under the basket. And again, it's a 4-point game for Canada. Offensive rebound. Canada 8-3. Sarah McLaughlin with the rebound and the points. Dye now brings it down again. She was quiet in the first half. They've started to go to her, and she's risen to the occasion. The more China goes to her, the better she's been playing. Good pass, cross court. Lee with her spot on the baseline. Can't get it to go. Harnock with the rebound for Canada. Up to Lalonde across the halfway line. 2-on-3 now for Canada. So Lalonde pulls up and waits for help. McLaughlin coming down there. Lalonde looking and watching McLaughlin to see if she can get the pass to her. And McLaughlin couldn't even get her chair loose as both Dye and Long were cutting her off. And now substitution for China. The cheers are for something going on in the crowd. Also substitution for Canada. Long goes out and Lee comes in for her, which is interesting because Long had been doing all the ball handling for China. And now that task moves over to Deng. Deng to Lee, and Lee overshoots the basket. And McLaughlin doesn't let that one go out. She takes it and brings it over the halfway line herself. At the 3-point mark now, at the foul line. Now they double team her, and she tries to get it into Lalonde, and again, that one goes awry. It's too difficult to pass, really, to connect on. Nobody touched it, so another turnover for Canada, and the ball goes over to China with 4.5 minutes to play in the game, and Canada leading by just 4. Dye now takes it herself, inside, good shot, and it drops. Deng has 10. The game is 2, under 4 minutes now. McLaughlin. Harnock. And there's a foul inside on Chen. And that's Zhu Jing Chen, not Dan Lai Chen, who hasn't played yet in this game. And has happened in the fourth quarters of most of the games. Now the lights, that's the team's fourth foul. Lalonde thinking of a shot there to McLaughlin at the foul line. She puts a shot up, it hits the rim, and the rebound is stolen by Lee. Harnock had it. Dye with the long pass down. Willette's in defensive position. Deng has to turn around. Now Lalonde comes out on her. She gives it to Dye, who's the trailer. Dye has a screen, and Dye has the shot, and Dye ties it up at 52 with 3:20 to play. We are tied. Lalonde. And you see China can come down and they can pretty much set up and get those shots as long as they don't go too far inside. Canada, though, having all kinds of trouble setting things up. And there's a foul by Lee with the chair blocking Lalonde, and that one should be shot now. And it is. Willette goes to the foul line as China are in the penalty situation with 3 minutes to play in the game and tied at 52. Milan misses the first. Sorry, Willette misses the first and misses the second. And they say Willette came over the line while she was shooting. So that's the second time now Canada's had foul line infractions in the last 2 minutes. And the first one's called in the game. That's the first one called in any game that I've seen in the tournament for going over the free throw line on the shot. Deng, and the pass to Lee is too high, and that's a rare turnover to from China now. We're still tied at 52. Willette bringing it up to Lalonde. McLaughlin trying to ease into position. You see how the Chinese retreat and then wait to pick her up. Whichever side she goes to, they're going to double team her. Willette, 5 on the shot clock, needs to get a shot off, and she does. It hits the rim. It's rebounded by Dye. She protects the ball, then turns around and starts up for China. Oh, a good pass ahead, but it's stolen by McLaughlin. Taken back, and finally taken back again by McLaughlin. Up to Willette. Willette now. Good pass to Lalonde. Lalonde, the basket and the foul for Canada. And they take a 2-point lead with a chance to make it 3 with 2:11 to play. And Rosalie Lalonde will go to the foul line and shoot one shot to make it a 3-point play. Look at the Canadian bench. All the women on the bench have their arms on each other's shoulders, or at least all the ones in warm-up jerseys. And Lalonde swishes it through. 55-52 to Canada, 2:11 to play in the game. You can see some of the Dutch players who will get their medals after the gold medal game sitting in the crowd watching this one. Oh, great pass down to Lee, and she misses the shot. The rebound comes to McLaughlin. It was tipped to her. And McLaughlin to Willette with just 2 minutes to go now in the game. Canada by 3, Willette with the ball. McLaughlin coming in now, going into the paint. Willette puts the shot up, and it's good. It's 57-52, a 5-point lead for Canada. And there's a timeout called by China with 1:49 to play, and they trail by 5, 57-52. They got the good position, and the shot would go for them, and Canada came right back with the loose ball off of McLaughlin's rebound. She has 23 rebounds so far in this game. Referee holding the Canadians from running back on the court. Another one that we don't see very often. China will inbound with 1:49 to play. They've got the full 24 on the clock. And Long is back in the game. The captain, again, goes to the top of the key. Puts a great pass in to Dai, but before she can get the shot off, she's fouled by Harnock. That's only the team's second. So that stopped an open shot. And Long, very calm. That's why they put the ball in her hands to distribute it. Into Dai, shoots over Willette off the glass and misses McLaughlin with another rebound. That's 24, and China will have to think about fouling now, but instead they almost got the turnover. Lalonde, though, picked it up, gave it to Willette, and Willette picks it in. What a bad break for China. China forced the turnover, but it came away, and Lalonde picked it up and very alertly hit Willette heading for the hoop, and Willette got the easy layup, and now it's a 7-point game. Deng now for China. That won't fall for her, but Dai has the rebound. She doesn't turn around to put it up with McLaughlin on her, and then it's knocked away from her by Harnock, and China will inbound with just over a minute to play and 11 seconds on the shot clock. Boy, what a bad break that was for China. Who got a crucial turnover and then just couldn't pick it up. Dai having trouble getting the shot away against Willette. There's 2 on the clock now. It goes back to Dai, and she does not get it. It was after the buzzer. Another bad break because she banked that one right in. But there's now 50 seconds to play, and China obviously now going to full court pressure. McLaughlin, they inbound it to her. Up to Willette. Willette to Lalonde, breaking that through, and Lalonde lays it in. It's 61-52. And Canada have played their best basketball of the game in the last 2 minutes of it. When it got close, Canada finally responded to China's pressure. Deng now, she's got Lee setting the screen for her, and Deng's shot goes in and out, and yet another rebound for Sarah McLaughlin. And the lead pass, again, a lucky one for Canada, and the layup by Willette. It went off Harnock's chair, but it went right into Willette's hands, and Willette laid it in, and all of a sudden this game is Canada's. And Willette now has 20 points. You couldn't make this stuff up. That's why we love sport. And the clock just counting down, and well, what a heartbreaking loss for China. They finished 5th in London at the 2012 Paralympic Games. They will finish 6th in this tournament as Canada has beaten them 63-52. But an amazing performance with a little bit of luck by the Canadians, who, once the game was tied at 52-52, scored the last 11 points of the game. They dominated the final 3 minutes and 22 seconds, playing the best basketball they played in the entire game. And China, whose pressure had worked so well to get them into that tie after a slow start, 52-52, they were tied with Canada, and Canada turned it on in the last few minutes. McLaughlin punishing every missed shot with a rebound. They were able to get the fast break points thanks to a couple of lucky rolls of the ball, and they come out the winners and the 5th place finishers in this tournament by a score of 63-52. And if we take a look at the statistical breakdown, that last 3 minutes made a huge difference for Canada. The Canadians right now on the court are unrolling an Obrigado Brazil banner. Thank you, Brazil, they're saying. They shot over 50% for the game. The Chinese shot a bit lower than that. The turnovers don't look as bad as they were when China was really applying the pressure. And there is the banner from Canada saying, thank you, Brazil. And the Brazilian fans And in Portuguese, in Brazilian Portuguese, it's obrigado when you're addressing a man, it's obrigada when you're addressing a woman, and in this women's basketball championship, appropriately enough, is obrigada, Brazil. McLaughlin and Willette holding that banner for Canada. They were the leaders. McLaughlin with 16 points, 25 rebounds, and 8 assists. Willette with 20 points, many of those coming in the last 3 minutes on the fast breaks. And Lalonde, who was so valuable, again on the breaks with 19 points. So those 3 Canadians scored 55 of the 63 points for Canada. And the team posing behind that "Thank You Brazil" banner. And that's the scene, as the Canadians still showing the fans that "Thank You Brazil" banner. They have won the 5th place playoff in the consolation final here, the classification match against China. China, 5th place finishers in 2012, finish 6th here. And the final score, Canada 63, the People's Republic of China 52. Welcome to the Rio Olympic Arena in Rio De Janeiro, Brazil, and the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. This is the one we have been waiting for, the women's wheelchair basketball final, the gold medal game, the last game of the women's portion of the basketball tournament. And it matches up the defending Olympic champions from Germany against the undefeated team from the United States of America. A matchup that is almost seemed not inevitable, but quite likely once the semifinals were taking place.
Of course, yesterday's semifinals, the USA extend their unbeaten run, but wow, what a semifinal they played against Great Britain, taking the women's game to new levels, winning 89-78, sending Great Britain to the bronze medal match. The Germans won 55-45 against the Netherlands in a game which the average field goals percentage was 33.5%, not up to the level of the USA versus Great Britain, but Germany will not care because they are here. Their only loss came against the British team, but they haven't made it to the final. Britain, Germany have, and they get to go for back-to-back golds with Holger Gnicki, the coach, in his final ever game in charge, retiring after Rio 2016.
And the United States undefeated in their group, in Group A. Germany, it was actually a three-way tie in Group B, and it was settled by points difference between the three teams, which Germany won to take that top seed. So the two top seeds are meeting each other in the final, as it should be. And Germany, well, they had a rough game in the quarterfinals. The Netherlands just completely fell apart, scored only 4 points in their semifinal game. Germany had a 25-12 lead at the half, and they barely hung on to win that game in the end, 55-45.
You could see a mismatch of styles here today. The USA have so many options for their shot. They're quick, unless it's Desi Miller holding the ball, where she does slow the game down. Germany, that's how they got here. They will have a lot of big players on court. They will try and bully the USA, and they'll try and harass the shots of the likes of Murray, Miller and Holloman. Germany got past the Netherlands. USA outshot Great Britain in what was an old-style American shootout.
167 points scored in that game, which I think, well, I know it was the most in this Olympic tournament. I don't know if it was the most ever in a women's Olympic tournament.
The US shooting over, what was it, over 70%. Great Britain lost, shooting 55% from the floor, which is just insane levels.
If you score 78 points in a women's basketball game and shoot that well, you expect to win. So now let's meet the U.S. team first. One of the two co-captains, they come out in ascending numerical order. Gail Gang. Number 4 is Megan Blanc. Number 5, Darlene Hunter. Number 8 is Natalie Schneider. Number 9 is Desi Miller, who really was the key player in that win over Great Britain for the way she played point guard and added so many points as the British tried to stop the low threats. Number 10 is Jennifer Foist. 11, Vanessa Erskine. 12 is Becca Murray, the deadly shot. 15, Rose Holloman, only 20 years old, but already a key player. 23, Abby Duncan. 24, the other co-captain, Christina Schwab. And 33 is Mackenzie Soldan. And there at the end of the high five line is the head coach of the U.S., Stephanie Wheeler, and her assistant, Trooper Johnson. And now the team from Germany, and we open up with number 4. It's Family Feud today because America Miller is the spouse of Desi Miller, and so we have, probably for the first time that I know of, 2 spouses playing against each other in an Olympic final. Joanna Vellen, a Paralympic final. Joanna Vellen is 5, Simone Kuss is 6, Anna Potzwald is 7, Annika Zion 8, Laura First is 9, Geschke Schönemann is 10, Maya Lindholm 11, 12 is Annabelle Brewer, 13 Annegret Reisman, 14 the captain Marina Mönen, and 15 is the backup center Barbara Gross, and the coach is Holger Gnicki. And I think you were just alluding to, this game will be between more or less the balance of the U.S. and the 2 big guns, Miller and Mönen, for Germany. As the teams now line up for the national anthems, we'll start with the national anthem of the United States, the Star-Spangled Banner.
We
And now Deutschlandlied, Song of Germany, the national anthem of Germany. The music composed by Joseph Haydn in 1797, originally called Das Lied der Deutschen, the Song of the Germans, and the German national anthem. The players exchanged gifts at mid-court. We missed the moment there with the Millers meeting at half-court. There they go. Well, it's Valen who slaps hands with Desi Miller. We missed the Miller-to-Miller moment. And here is the lineup for Germany. Miller and Monen, the two key players.
Yeah, very much so. Big points coming from those. So I doubt Monen will start. I think Miller will probably start. Annika Zayn, the number 8, is a huge player in this game. Her pace, her work rate, she's a low point player. She's a fantastic player. Holger Gnicki, well, he will win his 5th major competition in 8 years with his Germany team here today as they go for back-to-back golds and he retires.
Germany won the World Championship in 2014. Germany were second in the World Championship in 2014, which was held in Canada, and Canada won it. And the U.S. were nipped into 4th place by the Dutch in that, just as they were in the Olympics in London. And for the United States, Rebecca Murray shooting, Rose Holloman's all-around play, and Desi Miller. That's the key for the U.S.
Yeah, Miller will try and slow the game down again, and they'll look to get Murray and Holloman shooting big as they did against Great Britain. Stephanie Wheeler is such a tactician. She really worked that game perfectly yesterday in the semi-final. She called it. We heard it in the timeout. She said, this is how it's going to play out. And we literally watched the next 10 minutes was Stephanie Wheeler's 10 minutes. It was a phenomenal third quarter for the USA.
So the starting lineup for Germany, the 3 players we talked about, plus Simone Kuss and Maya Lindholm at the other 2 spots.
No Gesche Schooneman to start. She's had a bad competition. She's often a live wire, but they've gone against her.
No, they have been bringing her in off the bench in the recent games. They did in the semi-final for the U.S. Gang, Hunter, Miller, Murray, and Holloman. That's the lineup that has started most of the time for the U.S., except that usually Christina Schwab, the captain, the co-captain, was the point guard. Miller played 1 game at point guard in the tournament and then took over in the semi-finals. Germany, the 5-1 record, as you see, the 1 loss to Great Britain, which they didn't have to avenge because the Netherlands took care of it for them. Well, the U.S. took care of it for them, I should say. And no one really ran them close in the competition. No one yet has run the U.S. close, apart from the Netherlands for maybe about half that game, and Great Britain for a good portion of their game in the semifinals. As you see, that amazing 167-point semi-final.
Well, that first half really was unbelievable yesterday in the 4th quarter as well, where Great Britain came back into it, but it was too little too late. There are the referees: Juan Ranuela of Spain, Philip Haynes, the umpire from Australia, and Argentinian alongside him, Matti Quintana.
So Germany in white, the US in navy blue. Desi Miller will take the tip against Marika Miller. Did you wash the dishes last night? No, you were going to. Home talk. 2 spouses contesting the opening tap, and it's Marika Miller who gets it for Germany, but it comes off and over to the United States, and that's Rose Holloman, only 20 years old, one of the real budding stars in international basketball. Miller is so relaxed at the point. Murray doesn't have a shot. Holloman, she has the shot and misses, hits the rim, and Monen with the rebound. Kuss now for Germany. Lindholm. And Lindholm's got a path to the basket. Kuss has the open shot. She misses, and Holloman with the rebound.
And early nerves from both teams. Unusual to see the States getting into that position and not taking the early two, but both teams missing early shots.
The U.S. will set up usually, well, now they send Holloman inside as Murray hits from the outside. It took her a while to find her range against Britain in the semifinal game, but she's hit her first shot here.
Yeah, another Milwaukee Bucks player, Rebecca Murray, 31 points against Great Britain in the semi-final.
So Zan, she's handling the point duties. Moonen on the outside misses, and Desi Miller with the rebound for the U.S. Now, generally, the U.S. come down, and Murray's setups on one side with someone in position to give her a screen. Holloman on the other, and that left the middle open for Desi Miller, but Murray hits again, and it's 4-0 U.S. So with Miller and Holloman pulling the defense to the right, Murray has the shot on the left.
The one thing I thought Great Britain could have done slightly better yesterday was getting out and pressurising the shot in the early stages, and then probably pressing in that third quarter earlier than they did. It'll be interesting to see how the Germans do so against the US today.
Zane's shot misses, and the rebound comes to the side where neither Miller nor Moonen were lined up. Desi Miller brings it down.
But again, she's slowing the game down. There's no pace in it from Miller once more.
Well, Desi Miller now, Holloman sets a screen for her. She shoots and misses, and Marika Miller with the rebound. Zane. Lindholm. Miller in the paint. Little trouble getting the shot away, but puts it up and in, 4-2.
And Marika Miller, another player who plays for the Milwaukee Bucks in the USA. She was in the paint a long time there. I thought she was going to get blown up by the referee, but important for her to get the points down for Germany. They couldn't let the USA get too much of a run in the early stages.
Yeah, there have been a couple of calls that have been applied inconsistently throughout this tournament, and 3 seconds is the one that stands out the most on that. Wow, that was a rainbow pass to Holloman. Back to Murray. Miller nearly got that one. Murray spins away from her. Miller defending her tightly, and Murray falling away to Holloman. They don't beat the buzzer, and it's a 24-second violation. Great defense by Marika Miller.
And that was sort of what I was saying in the previous point, that where Great Britain failed to get two big players out to the Americans and force them to keep moving the ball and pressure the shot, the Germans there, because they got Moonen, because they got Miller, and they're genuine big players, which Great Britain don't have two genuine big players playing in that style at the moment. There's the difference for Germany and Great Britain between the two games.
Lindholm, Moonen drops it to Kuss. Kuss just waited till the defender left the hand alone, and she puts it in. We're tied at 4 with 3.5 minutes played in the game.
And the US need to keep an eye on Kuss and Zayn. Both are consistent shooters despite their low points.
Murray over to Holloman. Now, and a nice drop. The layup doesn't go, and Moonen gets it. Hunter missed the layup. And I think Coach Wheeler just nodding that that's what they want to do. And she doesn't get worried if the shots don't fall, because she feels eventually they will. Marika Miller now sets, and that was partially blocked. And Miller, Desi Miller, picks it up for the U.S. and brings it down at her usual seemingly relaxed pace. It is not relaxed. She's just one of those players who looks very easy when she's doing things, and she looks very easy as she cans that long shot, and it's 6-4 for the U.S.
26 points in the semi-final. It's that game face of Miller, isn't it? It's a style she's playing. It's almost an act she's putting on, but it's an act that works. Yeah, if an act works,
that 26 was the key to the game, really. That was what Britain had not counted on or was able to defend against. Moonen now on Hunter. Miller in the paint again. And so that seems to be where they want to go, is to Marika Miller in the paint, probably trying to force the U.S. defense in and open things up outside. And now Holloman again comes across. So they overstack on that side, and Holloman comes down the middle, and she hits. Turnabout being fair play. It's 8-6 U.S. as we approach the halfway point of the quarter, much lower scoring than either semifinal was yesterday.
Well, but they've started relatively accurately, both up near 50% at the moment. Holloman, I still can't believe there's a second Paralympic Games at just 20 years of age.
And Zayn with the basket, and it's tied at 8, 4-4-4 to play.
And there you go, you see Kuz and Zayn, two very important baskets for the Germans. Both players actually had horse riding accidents, which is how they ended up in a wheelchair and classifiable for the Paralympic Games.
Desi Miller, well, she's hit the one from straight on. She's missed the two from the side. And Zayn trying to stop her from getting down on D. And Zayn with Merman in front. Kuz and Miller both head into the paint. Miller's got it in there, and the basket and the foul.
That assist from Zayn, superb stuff. What a loop pass, and Miller goes over to acknowledge that. What a player Annika Zayn is for the Germans.
And Lindholm getting a little bit of instruction on where to set up. And Miller with a chance to give Germany a 3-point lead with just over 4 minutes to play. Well, that shot misses, but she's going to get her own rebound. She pushes off Desi Miller, gives herself some room. Shot clock's at 8. Down to Moonen, and her shot is good. 12-8, Germany by 4.
And the Germans really pressurizing the USA here. And this is going to be interesting how the Americans can respond under pressure.
A great feed from Desi Miller, and Gang lays it in. It's 12-10.
And finally, some injection of pace from the Americans. The response they make was actually to inject pace and move the ball quickly, which we haven't seen in the semi-final or yet in this final, but there we saw it finally.
Monin. Lindholm is setting the screen for her. Her shot misses, but Miller with the rebound, and they quickly get it back out to Zayn up top. No one's there to defend her. Now Desi Miller comes out to take her, and the pass goes right into Miller, who was planted in the lane, you have to say, for a long time, just watching everything go on.
She was, and she's a vital player for the Germans when you look at the likes of Marina Monin. Monin was amazing at London 2012, one of the top scorers alongside McLaughlin of Canada, but not quite been at the same level here.
Murray did a nice job of just bringing it down by herself, moving behind the screen, but didn't hit the shot. And it's Zayn coming down for Germany. Miller again in the paint. Now she comes out of it, and that's a 3-second violation called on Monin down in the paint.
It was a 3-second violation, but the one real positive for the Germans is they're getting their two bigs in the paint, and they're getting them in the paint quickly. This is something USA didn't have to deal with in the semi-final, because it's something Great Britain aren't actually very good at. Amy Conroy doesn't get in the paint very often, as Desiree Miller just unattaches her wheelchair from Marina Monin. But the Germans are excellent at getting Miller and Monin in there and pressurising the defence.
Yeah, and the difference is you have two bigger, stronger women there. Amy Conroy lacks that physical bulk to be able to compete all the time inside against bigger players.
Amy's big. Amy's also a fantastic outside shooter, which is partly why she's like sit out the paint. But for the Germans here, Monin can do that job anyway, but they get in the paint well.
Desi Miller now, back up top, no rush, 8 on the clock, and there's another pass to Gail Gang, and again she lays it in. We're tied at 12, just over 2 minutes to play in the half. Looked like the mummy on the sidelines there.
Look at Gail Gang's face. How pumped is she about this game, the co-captain? What a tournament she's had.
She's really indispensable to them. Look at that, just spinning around, cutting off Miller from the pass. Now out on Zayn. And that one's knocked away by Murray, and Murray picks up the loose ball, looking for someone to pass it out to, and it's Gail Gang, of course. And Gang back to Murray. No, Murray wanted to get that one go. It was a good job by Kuz to just disrupt that shot. Hollerman now, Hunter, and Hunter lays it in. So the last 6 have been from Gang and Hunter.
Yeah, Rebecca Murray, the one thing I know we talk so much about her shooting, her defensive intensity there to steal the ball for the USA was so important. And as you say, the US in front of the basket at the moment, clinical as well.
1:16 to go. Lindholm up top. And they set for her. Her shot goes in and out, and Holloman gets the rebound up to Desi Miller. No rush. Waiting to see what happens. Keeps coming, though, and she's got a shot. They don't pick her up, and again, now she's off. She was deadly in the semifinal game. She doesn't have that touch today, and Miller, America Miller, with the rebound.
For the Germans not to come out on her, though, they do that at their peril, because Desi won't miss many.
Now Monin from the foul line, that's short, and Miller tipped it away. Lindholm gathers it in. Zan spins around, 8 on the clock. She's got the shot now. It goes in and out, and Holloman with the rebound for the U.S. Shot clock and game clock are virtually the same. They can work for the last shot. $11 now, 10. Oh, that's another one to Gang. Back out to Holloman for the shot. And Holloman's goes in and out. Thought she had the perfect shot for the last bucket of the quarter. And the quarter ends without Germany being able to get the long heave away. But at the end of one quarter, the score is 14 for the U.S., 12 for Germany. Another, no, not as high scoring as the semifinal game for the U.S., but another close first quarter. And for Germany, is 14-12 where they want to be?
I don't think they'll mind. They didn't rush a hook shot, as you said there, and I think if they were really concerned about where they were at the quarter, they would have gone for the long effort. They were a long away from the basket. There are the game statistics. Well, what will they be looking at? 40% from the floor, not really what the Germans expect. USA 47, not as high as in the semi-final, but still a very good level. Offensive rebounds 3-1. The Germans doing well. 7-7 on defensive rebounds. Well, that tells you it's quite an even match, and it's a 2-point difference.
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd expect. And except perhaps I expected both these teams to maybe be shooting a little bit better as they came out.
But they're also two teams that know each other very well. You know, they've played World Championship matches against each other. They played the gold medal match back in 2008 against each other. They're two teams that will play each other on the world stage all the time. It's always going to be cagey in the opening stage of the gold medal match when two teams know each other really, really well and know the plays they make, because they've got to sort of feel their way into the gold medal match and get their flow.
And the U.S. Team and observers, of course, concerned that they haven't been able to deliver at the big tournaments lately. When fourth place finishes, they're used to being in the medals.
They'll also have in their mind from Canada 2014, the World Championships in Toronto, that they lost by 10 in the semi-final.
Yeah.
To the Germans, 68-58, and they, they'll forget about that in terms of the recent results are more important. But when it comes to big matches, if you've been turned over by the Germans in the most recent major tournament, it'll come into your mind.
Yeah. Well, is the big difference in this U.S. team simply that Holloman is 2 years older?
Yeah, and I just think the way Steph Wheeler's set them up is just as perfect as anyone else, as close to perfect as any other team have got it.
Germany inbound, and it's Monin with the ball, getting it into Miller, who was in the paint the whole time. Holloman blocked her first shot. She misses the second one, and the rebound comes to Murray. But Miller was in that paint basically from the inbounds pass. And Murray driving all the way and draws the foul. And again, it's so amazing the way she can weave her way through opponents who look quicker than she is.
Rebecca Murray just seems to glide. She just seems to glide around court. Her shot is just superb. She seems to glide. Miller is going to have her work cut out today. And the reason being, you said about whether Holloman's improved over 2 years. I also think Marina Monin as Gesche Schunemann comes in, and this is interesting, they've kept Monin in and taken Miller out, but Monin isn't quite the player she was at 2012. Schunemann's having a tough tournament. It's putting Marika Miller under a lot of pressure.
And that was called a deliberate foul, or as they call it, an unsportsmanlike foul, and Murray misses the first foul shot, which is unusual for her. And makes the second. The U.S. will get possession back after that because the foul was deemed intentional on Miller, trying to stop Murray from going in for the layup. Yeah, interestingly, the best game that Schunemann had was the one against Algeria, where Germany started, in effect, a second unit and let them play. And that will be a foul on Monin as she bumped Gang out of bounds.
But Schoeneman's a player who, in European finals, in the last Paralympic final, she has a huge impact for the Germans, or has had in the past. She's off form this year. I've seen her play a number of times this year. She is off form for the level that Gesche Schoenemann sets herself, and also the reputation she has in the game is so high and so well regarded. But she's not been at the party here in Rio.
Murray dropped the pass to Gang, but she was too far under the basket, had nowhere to go, and in fact passed it back to Monin. And that's Schoenemann coming down, and it will be Gang with the foul on Zane.
Well, that was an American football tackle, wasn't it?
Let's take a look. More or less, yes. No, and they've called it, well, it's a balancing call, but they've called an unsportsmanlike on her now for that foul. And to be honest, I don't know if it was deliberate, but it was probably overly strong for what it was intended to be.
I think calling that one a balancing call is optimistic. I thought that was.
My question is,
it was a try-saving tackle in rugby. That.
Well, it's good. It's a good enough call. I'm not arguing it. And so she misses one of the two, and Germany get possession back, down by a bucket with 9-10.
Zayn's going to have a huge say in this final.
9-10 to play. We've only played 50 seconds of this final, of this second period. It seems like it had been going on for about 5 minutes. Monin now on the outside. Schoenemann. Lindholm with the screen from Zayn. Shot misses. Rebound to Hollerman. Up to Desi Miller. Says something to Hollerman. Tells her where she wants her, I think. And she wanted the screen and got it. And she misses again. Germany, for the most part, was taking away that shot in the middle. And Miller wanted to set one up and still couldn't get it to drop. Schoenemann now, Hollerman comes out to pick her up. Germans all set up on the other side. They go low because they've got the mismatch. Monin shoots over Gang, and Murray just reaching for the rebound. What a great job of pulling that one in. And Hollerman getting around Schoenemann. She's got Desi Miller. She gets Murray, gives her the pick. There's 10 on the shot clock, and Hollerman then sets it for Murray, and Murray, automatic. 7
points for Murray so far, but her all-round game in this final has just been beautiful. She's been doing everything. She's been defending, she's been picking players off, she's putting the ball away. Okay, she's missed a couple of shots, but everyone misses a couple of shots. The Germans, I'm surprised Lindholm's being kept out there as Miller comes back in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Joanna Vellum before all too long.
A Swedish-born German player. So it's now Miller and Schoenemann as the two bigs for Germany. Lindholm deep to Schoenemann. It's Gang on her. Gang doing a great job of harassing her. Miller again in the point, gets herself out of it, and the turnaround shot hits two rims and goes off, and Hollerman with another rebound to Miller, who turns around, looks at the clock, and brings it up at her pace. And look at Marika Miller not giving Desi Miller that shot. Murray is short, and Schoenemann with the rebound.
The defensive strategy was right there. Miller sat out on, Marika Miller sat out on Desiree Miller, and she was forcing her into a long shot which she didn't want to take if she wanted the shot at all. It's exactly what the Germans need to do.
And Schoenemann, and the foul, I think, on Lindholm for the block.
Important play there. Schoenemann getting an offensive foul called against her. She can be a temperamental player. She can go over the edge sort of psychologically. Will she hold it together? It's important that Schoenemann does. And Joanna Vellum comes into the game.
Yeah, well, the foul was actually on Miller, on Marika Miller, and that's her second foul, the team's third, as it was for the offensive foul. And we've got a timeout as the substitutions were about to come in. The timeout called by Germany. They trail 17-13 with only 3 minutes gone in this third quarter. It's a very tactical game right now. They're still adjusting to each other and feeling each other out.
Yeah, it is a tactical game. The Germans are making those changes with a couple of players coming in, Wellen being one of them, which is one of the ones we called. Holger Klinicki won't be worried at the moment. It's a 4-point difference, but this is a guy that has, he's led this team for a long time. If you read his coaching resume, it just sort of falls to the floor with the amount of medals and achievements he's won, either with the German team or with his Hamburg Baskets team up in northern Germany as well.
Which is where Lindholm is from, despite the Scandinavian name. But Wellen was actually born in Sweden and grew up in Germany. And there is Marika Miller. 17-13, 3 minutes gone in the second quarter. Desi Miller bringing it up for the U.S. And it's Zayn who's out there at the foul line. Murray doesn't get the drop, but Hollerman with the rebound inside and kicks it right back out to Murray. And comes over the screen, now moves behind her. Hollerman to Desi Miller, who's moved down low now into what would normally be Hollerman's place, and that one's blocked, and they don't get the 24-second clock. It was Wellen who blocked that shot, and a turnover to Germany.
Well done to Wellen to make the block without fouling as well.
Schoenemann now. And Schoenemann from the outside, in and out, and the rebound by Murray. I wouldn't be surprised if Germany continues to defend to stop Miller in the middle if we saw Schwab sooner or later at the point for the U.S. and maybe pick up the pace.
Schoenemann's first shot in Germany only hitting 29% from the floor at the moment.
And Gang can't get the rebound to go, but again, you saw Murray, they were defending her. She knew there'd be an open player, and Gang just missed the shot. Marika Miller with the rebound, and now gives it to Schoenemann. Schoenemann looking for Miller in the paint. Miller comes out of the green now. Back down low to Schoenemann. 4 on the clock. Schoenemann with the shot. It hits the front rim, and Hollerman with another rebound for the U.S. over to Desi Miller.
Germany currently do have an opportunity here. The US have dropped below 40% of their field goals, so there's an opportunity. If Germany can start hitting, they're not out the game despite under 30% going from them at the moment.
And it's Miller on Miller right now, and every time Desi Miller glides into that spot where she was so effective in the 2 games where she played the point, Marika Miller is immediately coming in front of her, and Marika Miller has the size advantage on her. It makes it difficult to shoot over. The timeout this time called by the U.S. And we'll see if Stephanie Willer comes up with a tactical adjustment here.
They're keeping the defense quite high on Miller, as you say, and it's just, it's forcing her to move the ball much more than in the semi-final. It's forcing her to actually think that bit more, which is making it more difficult for the US.
And Germany is defending. So I'm surprised that what they haven't done is moved Hollerman back into that low right side post where she normally lines up and try to get the ball over to her with a screen.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Christina Schwab come into the game at some point in this one, maybe to inject a bit of pace for the USA and see if pace is an option, as we see Marina Monen sinking the 2, something she's so good at.
Didn't I mention Schwab a minute ago? I'm giving my co-commentator a hard time here. So there's just over a half of the second quarter to go. Germany trailed the U.S. by 4. And they're bringing the ball down with Schoenemann still in. With Marika Miller, the 2 bigs. Miller screening for her at the foul line. Schoenemann coming down quickly and trying to get the ball back to Miller, and she's called for a travel. Whirling around. It was that second whirl, wasn't it?
And this is the danger for the Germans. If they start to lose their heads, it'll all go wrong for them. They need to keep the focus, and they focused very well so far.
And Sam now coming out to defend Miller, and now they've moved Hollerman back into that spot. She gets the screen from Hunter, and she sinks it. And that's the only way to cope with that, cutting off Desi Miller, is you got to spread that German defense again. And for Germany, let's see if they do this again. Schoenemann down low, Miller at the high post. And Miller is busy keeping Hunter out of the play. Schoenemann cutting through now and has the mismatch on Gang. They get her the ball inside, and that's where she puts it. It's so interesting how quickly they identify mismatches.
Yeah, I mean, Gesche Schoenemann, she's an intelligent player. She's also a very quick player, so if she does get a mismatch, it's easy for her to take advantage.
So Hollerman now in America Miller. As soon as she came over toward Desi Miller, Hollerman got the ball. She looked for Hunter. Now it's back to Desi Miller. Back to Hollerman. Velen comes to her. Hunter and Miller went for the block from behind.
Germany are doing really well to block off the three options for the States, though. Hollerman sat there, Miller's playing the point, but they're under pressure from a player constantly. Miller has a player sat on Zayn all the time. Zayn is such a workhorse. There's a mismatch on height, but it doesn't matter, and they're trying to pin Darlene Hunter in the back court here and take advantage of a 5-on-4. Can Mareike Miller do it?
It's what they did last time, exactly what they did, and then Schoenemann penetrated. But you're absolutely right, because 10 of the U.S. points have come from Gang and Hunter, who are the fourth and fifth options.
And that's fine if they keep hitting. It's great if they keep hitting for the States. But again, the Germans, are they just going to say, well, there's going to come a time when the U.S. might stop? You know, those fourth and fifth options might stop hitting. Murray, no doubt, will hit. And there she does.
How do you get Murray the open shot? Well, this time you do a double screen. You put two in front of her. 23-15 now, the lead up to 8. The Germans doing a good job defensively, but they need to turn it on offensively.
Huge passage of players all coming into half-time. If Germany can stay in touch and not allow the Americans out to, say, 10 or 12 points, as Schoenemann misses, you know, that keeps them in the game going into quarter 3.
Hollerman with the rebound, and Desi Miller brings it down again. Watches where America Miller comes, and then she turns around, and immediately the pass goes to Murray, over to Gang, back to Desi Miller. Good stuff from Gail Gang. Hollerman tries to get the rebound and can't do it. Velen pulls it in for Germany, and it comes up quickly to Schoenemann. 2-on-2 now for Germany. Schoenemann with Gang, and Gang turns her away, and now Schoenemann waits. Velen is open. She gets the pass, and there'll be a foul on Hunter, who whipped past her.
Darlene Hunter was not stopping there. she was going for it. Whatever was happening, she was going for it, and she look at that.
Yeah, and the thing there is, it's a gentle enough foul to avoid that unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, she actually, I was about to say, she did very well to. Although she wasn't stopping, she controlled her emotions, I suppose, to not make the touch on too hard.
Velen misses the first foul shot. It's fascinating the way the two teams are adjusting, almost play by play. Every time one takes one thing away, they go to another. Velen misses both, and the rebound to Desi Miller.
But just 1 from 5 for the Germans from free throws, and in a game like this, where it is going to be a tight game, you've got to hit your free throws, because that's one thing the USA can't stop you taking.
Hollerman with Gang setting the screen, has the shot, and makes it. She is so smooth. 25-15 now, the lead up to 10. Improbably. You know, it's been just a sort of drip, drip, drip by the U.S., but there's so many options.
There are, and you know, Hollerman 22 points in the semi-final, and she's just carrying on in good form despite the Germans putting her under pressure.
Brewer to Miller. Miller can't get the roll, and Gang with the rebound.
And Miller just having to reach so high for the shot. That was what put her off and sort of made her overshoot slightly.
Desi Miller to Hollerman. Monin on her. Over to Murray. That was a good cross-court pass right into her hands, into shooting position. 27-15. And a minute and a half to play in the half, and Germany want a timeout. They need to get back into this game and keep in touch.
I can't quite believe that Rebecca Murray is only, before today, hitting 55% for the tournament of field goals. Right? It seems to me that she's hitting 90%, but apparently it's only 55%. Well, I might argue with that with our stats person, but for today, she's on 63% of field goals, 5 from 8 for 11 points, and 50% from her free throws. Holger Glanicki is sort of looking at his team, almost pleading with them to get back into this one, and it's what we said at 3 minutes 15 to go. We said they don't want the Americans to get the 12-point lead, 10-12 points. It just gives the Americans that cushion going into the second half, and it means they will be able to pull the strings in the second half and run the game, and that's what the Germans are scared of, because it'll mean a 20-25 point difference come the end of the match.
And it's hard to put the Americans off the game because they do have so many options.
Oh, totally. I mean, you pressurise Miller like they're doing today, and they've actually, I'm really impressed with the Germans and how they've done that today, but even with putting pressure on the Americans, they're just the best shooting team in the world in the women's game. There is no doubting that. You look at the options they have and how the percentages they hit. No one can match it.
So Germany down by 12 with 1:20 to go. Zayn brings it up. Miller is up at the top at the foul line. Monin now, they get her the ball low and she hits. And that may be their best shooting option if they can get the ball to her with a good look at the basket. The lead's down to 10 with 1 minute to play. Miller, Hollerman, Murray, they collapse on her. Gang goes in and Monin did just enough to upset the shot from Gang, and Germany come away with the ball and a chance to cut the lead again with 45. And Miller taking it all the way in herself, and it's an offensive foul on Miller.
I thought she was going to use Monin, who got in the key nicely there. Monin, that's Moraiki Miller on screen, who went racing in for the foul, but Monin, 37 years of age now, and she just, to me now, looks a little bit off the pace, just slightly, but at this level, being slightly off the pace as a big forward makes a huge difference.
And that's why Schoenemann, needs to be in there to give her rest. But she's the best shooter of those three from outside, especially. Miller's got the inside moves.
She's done it at the top level.
Oh, and Murray couldn't get the pass to Gang, then throws it all the way up. Another rainbow to Hollerman, and Murray gets it back, and Murray, calm as anything, just puts it through.
If one player deserves,
did you see that look?
If one player deserves a gold medal on this court, it's Murray. Just for the way she's playing the game in the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, she's just been another level of class.
Monin now from the outside, she misses, and Hollerman brings the rebound in, has to protect the ball, and the first half comes to an end. I'll tell you, I'll give you a nickname for Miller and Murray is the beta blockers.
The point I was going to make on that last shot, that was a shot Monin would have made in London.
Yeah.
It was a shot Monin, and what Holger Glinecki hasn't got at the moment is a player, because Miller's not quite on her game in this one. She's being pressurised a lot. He hasn't got a player that he can turn to, which he had in London, Monin, and say, right, go out there, get me 5-10 baskets in a row, and we're back in this. And Steph Wheeler will know that, and she will play the game in this second half literally like a game of chess, just to keep the Americans ahead. She won't care if they only win by 8 in the end. She'll just keep them edging ahead. 15-5 for the quarter. And the USA, you have to say, personally, I can't see Germany getting back in this second half. I might be wrong, but the way the US have played, it's been perfect.
The lowest score for the US in any of their games in this tournament was 60 points, so they're just below that pace for this game. Shooting below their normal shooting as well, but the rebounding is 2017, no great difference there, but 10 points from turnovers for the US, only 3 for Germany, and Germany shooting at 30%. That won't do the job against the US. And so that's the way we stand now, and with the score at the half, USA 29 and Germany 17. Welcome back to the Rio Olympic Arena and the women's basketball gold medal final here at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. And at halftime, the U.S. lead Germany 29-17. You can tell by the low score it has not been easy for either team. What's gone wrong?
Well, it's a funny one. The Germans, Schooneman's hit 25%, Marina Monen 29%, Marai Kimmler 33%, so not great stats from the big German forwards. For the USA, we expected Murray 67%, Darlene Hunter, the low pointer, 67% from the floor as well, and Holloman 6 points personal. But for Desi Miller, she's hit 1 from 8 of her field goals for 13%. That tells you the Germans know what they're doing with Desiree Miller. She's not swaggering around court like she was yesterday. She still is, but she's not having the same impact. They're getting out to her more, and she's only hit 1 from 8. It's quite astonishing when you think how she played yesterday.
And so looking now at the teams out on the court, the U.S. will inbound to start the second half. They have a 12-point lead. Becca Murray getting the screen from Gail Gang, she just does something of everything, and she's been so good. And Murray right away nails one, and it's 31-17.
What a way to come back into the second half for Murray.
No changes in the lineup for the U.S., and it is the same lineup the start of the game for Germany, although they've made a bunch of changes through the half. Monen now, and they're going to get her the ball low. She misses the shot. Murray can't control the rebound. It's ripped away from Gang by Zayn. There's 10 on the shot clock for Germany. Lindholm. America Miller, Monen again. They're going to her on that right side, and she's missed 2 shots. And that's, well, you were making the point in the first half. It's not what you would expect from Monen.
It's not what I'd expect from this whole German lineup. You know, Schooneman on the bench not hitting her shots, Miller not hitting her shots, Monen not hitting that. Marina Monen, as you say, every tournament in the last 6-8 years, she's the player that would be hitting her shots for Germany. That's what they built their game on. Schooneman's got the pace, and Monen hit the shots, and with Miller coming in, it added an extra threat, but they'd not been at the game today.
And Murray, we'll stop and just get the jab. Murray again, just with a quick look, and Miller picks herself up.
And there's an element where you've almost got to feel sorry for the Germans coming in here in this second half, because they did play well against the Dutch to make the semi-final, but they just seem flat to me today, whereas America have just carried on the form. Okay, Desi Miller hasn't, but the rest of the team, and this is where the options come into it for the Americans, because if one person isn't hitting, but the other 2 or 3 are, you're impossible to stop.
It's been the story for most teams, and the Germans, I think, came out with a good game plan to put the U.S., to deal with the U.S. side, but nobody has been able to stick with them, and that's going to be an offensive foul.
You could tell the Americans had done their homework for the semi-final, which is what a semi-final's for, to watch the video, check it through, see what the other team are doing and what they did wrong to not win the semi-final, and how you can pick your opponent apart the next day. They got that bit right, but their shooting's let them down, which is a rare thing for the Germans.
And that's the problem, is no matter how you defend the Americans, eventually they find someone who can shoot the open shot. Holloman now coming out. Miller is still on the outside of the paint. She'll want to get into it, and she does now. Can they get her the ball there? And that shot won't fall either, as Zayn misses. And Desi Miller brings it up again very carefully, very calmly. Rebecca Murray, Gang, and the basket and the foul. And that's classic. They finally overplay to stop Murray's shot, and Gang just screen and roll right down to the basket.
It doesn't fall for Zayn at the other end. They go down. The US, they make no mistake, and they also get in very close with Gang. They use her to get right under the basket, and that keeps the Germans under pressure with the defense, because they know they have to go out to the Americans. If Gang's getting in behind, it's causing them a headache.
And she's got 7 points now. It's 36-17, and it's a 7-point run to start the second half by the U.S. They punish every missed shot, is the way it seems. It's not always true, but it just seems that way. Schooneman has come in for Germany. Miller setting a screen for her. Schoenemann, it was knocked away from her by Murray, tipped away by Gang, and the 24-second clock is going to expire, and another turnover for the Germans. And they're doing to Germany what Germany did to the U.S. in the first quarter. There's Schoenemann's sister.
The Germans don't look overly happy in the crowd, and who can blame them? It's not been a vintage display from a team that have achieved so much.
And now just a defensive letdown as nobody picks up Holloman, and Murray comes in and gives her the pass, and Schoenemann, who was on the other side of the court, has to pick herself up.
Holger Glenicki needs to be careful here. He needs to keep his team's strategy going in this second half, because otherwise the Americans are going to, completely take this game away and win by a country mile.
Koos can't get it to hit, and Hollerman with another rebound. And at the end of the first period, he was where he wanted to be. His team was executing well, and there's the lead pass for Murray. She gets the foul, and the foul is on Zane.
They were 2 points down, and we said they weren't worried. They didn't take the hook shot. They didn't worry about it because they knew they were still in the game. But at that point, their defense was firing, and in offense, they were hitting their targets at the right time. But it's just gone away from the Germans.
And Becca Murray, who 17 points already, with the Germans cutting Desi Miller off. And the U.S. not really getting the ball for Hollerman, not setting Hollerman up. Miller's had to carry that offense, and she's risen to the occasion. A big game shooter. 40-17 now.
Bearing in mind the ring still, there is Natalie Schneider's children. Bearing in mind the ring is still 10 foot. Murray's technique is just something else, isn't it?
I look at everything she does that way. She's so active. She handles the ball so well. She's got such great vision. She's able to get passes away. Schoenemann can't go. Murray gets the rebound inside. She got great position on Miller. She gets the pass away over Miller's hands. And now Hollerman comes down with a 2-on-1 with Gang. And Gang takes it herself.
We had the conversation at half-time about Rebecca Murray, where you jokingly said to me, are you sure she's a 2.5-point player on the classification system? She seems like she should be a 3.5-point player. She is a 2.5-point player, but she plays out of her skin. She plays so far above her points, it just releases the rest of the US team.
And Germany have to call a timeout now. They are down 42-17, a 25-point deficit after being down by 2 at the quarter and 12 at the half. They've been outscored 13-0 in this quarter.
It's a real shame for Holger Glenicki if this is the way his coaching career is going to end, because if they do get completely blown away in this gold medal match, for him, what a sort of sad point to finish on from a glittering career. This is a guy that's taken this team from they were miles off this when he started coaching them. They were seriously sort of, and also ran in the Paralympics, and he's taken them into a genuine powerhouse now.
And I've been impressed with the way he coached. I was very impressed with that move against Argentina to start Schoenemann, to start a bunch of his bench players and give them some considerable playing time. I thought that was really smart coaching, and it paid off in the semifinal. But right here, look at that, the tournament stats for Becca Murray, 155 points in this tournament, 47 rebounds, 42 assists, just a complete player in Becca Murray. But he did take Germany to the World Championship in 2014. He took them to the Olympic Championship, Paralympic Championship, in 2012. And, well, this may just be a bridge too far for Holger Glenicki in Germany. And Lindholm now puts the layup in. A nice pass from Schoenemann. And sometimes that's what you have to do when your big options are failing you. You've got to make the easy shots from your other players, get them to contribute, pick up the slack. Gang to Hollerman. Miller picks her up. Desi Miller over to Murray with Gang setting the screen for her. And Murray, it looked like it wanted to come out, and then it said, nah, Becca Murray shot it, I'm going to go in.
She considers that a bad shot as well, if it doesn't go straight through. She's just that good.
Inside to Marika Miller. And look at the response. No exultation when she hits the shot, just kind of like...
In the first half, we said how good the Germans were at getting into the key. They haven't been in there much in this sort of purple patch for the USA. How simple were those points for Germany though? When they keep it simple, they're so difficult to defend against.
And it's the one point where they actually have the physical advantage over the US is with the two bigs. Because really Holloman's the only natural big on that US team. They get the rebound, and just past the halfway point of the third quarter, Holloman, Hunter from the foul line misses, and Marika Miller with the rebound. And you see they're just cutting off Hunter up at the top of the screen. And Miller's so quick to get back from doing that, but she misses the shot inside. Koos now. And Miller finally gets out of the key. Picks up her sleeping bag and brings it out. Schoenemann from the outside misses, but hit the rim, and Koos with the rebound. Schoenemann came in, and she can't make it go inside. Gets her own rebound, can't make the second one go. Comes around for the reverse rebound, and finally draws the foul on, I believe, on Desi Miller. And with 4 minutes to go in the third, it's 44-21 and Schoenemann shooting.
Simone Koos was so important in that passage of play there. She kept rebounding the ball over the top of around way bigger players. The number 6 is only a 1 point player, and she kept getting the ball, moving on. She was able to sit in the key for ages because Schoenemann was putting the shot up, but she worked her socks off there for the team.
Miller shot missed. Koos offensive rebound. Schoenemann shot missed. Koos offensive rebound. Schoenemann shot missed. Schoenemann offensive rebound. Schoenemann tap missed. Schoenemann offensive rebound. Gang foul. That's some sequence of play there on the play-by-play sheet. Miller now up quickly, and Holloman wasn't aware of the pass, and Schoenemann with the steal for Germany. Wheeling in, there's the wide open Koos, and she puts it through.
Schoenemann came into this game looking nervous to me. She's suddenly come to life. She's like a spark has lit under her, and she's just changing the game. But it's taken till now. It's taken till they're, all these points behind, 19 points behind.
Well, and that's 4 unanswered points for Germany, and that's all Stephanie Wheeler needs to see. She calls the timeout, cool their jets down, and get the team together. And I'm wondering if the time for a substitution for the U.S. might be about now. She's so calm, and poor Trooper Johnson has the chalkboard on his lap, and she rarely uses it. She's not one of a sort of micromanaging coaches. They've obviously been through what they want to do before the game, and all she really does is remind the players of what they've been through before and what they need to do to get that back. It's fun to watch.
There are no major changes regularly with Steph Wheeler. She doesn't go, right, we're going to bring 3 new players on right at once. It's all about just tinkering around and keeping the team strategy the same, but just tinkering with it to make it work for the team.
Well, a little bit of pressure now from Germany as Miller's way up in the front court on full court pressure, but Holloman has it in the front court with Schoenemann on her. And look at how fast Becca Murray got down, and Schoenemann clobbered her, and I think we're going to have another.
If we're not, we should have an unsportsmanlike. That was horrendous.
Unsportsmanlike foul.
Well, fair play, Becca Murray staying up.
Exhales there. I think that's watch this. She goes up, top of the body, head, and the chair leaves the floor, and yes, it is an unsportsmanlike foul. And that's a little bit of frustration. Again, how did Becca Murray get down the court so quickly and open?
Well, she's so quick, Murray, though. We said earlier about how she glides. She's so deceptively quick. She doesn't really look like... She's not a Christina Schwab where she really looks genuinely fast, but she is. She's deceptive as anything.
And the other part of that is that she sees things happening. She sees ahead.
Vision. Yeah,
totally. Her vision is great. She anticipates what's going to happen. And obviously now a little bit banged up by that collision there. But 2 points, she makes both, and now Brewer comes in for Germany, and Valen comes in as well.
Of course, Murray, one of those players who was involved in the gold medal team of Beijing.
And Gail Gang draws the foul, and Miller goes sprawling in her chair.
It's interesting that the Germans seem to have improved their confidence with their offense and changed the game slightly in that matter, but defense, they still seem to be at 6s and 7s against this US team at the moment. They haven't they haven't turned the all-round game over completely at the moment.
There's the team fouls. Germany will be in the penalty situation on the next one. Murray, Desi Miller in the paint, gets the ball out of the paint, follows it. She knew she had to get out. 5 on the shot clock for Holloman. Good defense by Germany. Holloman lets the long shot go, and it goes in.
And that's the difference between a gold medal winning team and a silver medal winning team. They do that. Second to go, boom, no problem, I can take the shot.
And there's the US gathered up. Velin goes down deep, comes across for Schoenemann. Velin sets a nice pick for her. There's the open shot, and Zayn puts it in just ahead of the buzzer.
Well, Zayn hasn't quite had the game that I expected from her this evening, but a player who, you know, she's been around at this level for such a long time and having an impact at this level for such a long time. You can't keep her out of the game.
You got a little idea of the speed of Murray there. She took the pass from Holloman and accelerated. Holloman now from Desi Miller. Hunter set the screen for her, nicely done. The shot's off, and the rebound is taken by Brewer, excuse me. Schoenemann now with Murray. She's got the size advantage, but watch Murray cut her off, come right up, talk to her. 3 on the shot clock for Germany, and they're not going to get a shot away. And there's Stephanie Wheeler. They just, you know, what did she say? Cut off the gaps, play our gap defense. What did you just see?
Well, you want to pick a coach of the tournament. It's very, very simple. Stephanie Wheeler has just orchestrated this amazing American team. Schoenemann down to 13% for shooting now as well, and that is, you know, that never happens to Gesche Schoenemann. It very rarely happens to Gesche Schoenemann. 1 from 8.
Desi Miller over to Murray. Cross court. Holloman misses, and the rebound was knocked by Hunter. Everybody put their hands up for that one, but it goes over to Germany with 1:20 to play in the third quarter.
The nice thing, I suppose, here is you sometimes go into competitions like this and a team win gold and you think, oh, how did they win that? Actually here, I think no one can argue that the USA have been the best team in the competition by a long way.
Nice give and go, and Miller lays it up and in. It's 48-29 now with a minute to play in the third. Germany still applying the pressure, which they need to do, but there's Holloman breaking free from Schoenemann. She misses the layup. She flips the rebound up, but Schoenemann takes it away, and Germany can come down now.
Oh, Holloman wasn't called for a foul there on Schoenemann.
I don't know. I was just thinking the same thing. Zayn, she misses, and the rebound to Gang, up to Holloman, quickly up court, and that'll be a foul on Miller, who's holding her knee right now.
Zayn 2 from 6 from the floor. Poor final for the number 8, 33%.
And, well, that's the end of the game for America. Miller with that foul, because that's her 5th. And she's fouled out of the game with 20 seconds left in the third quarter. And well, yeah, that's an unexpected occurrence.
Holger Grenecker's face said it all there. It was frustration and sort of bemusement almost. What do they do from here? Well, they've got Monen and Schoenemann, who used to be their main 2 forwards before Miller developed into the player she is. Now the old guard are going to have to do it, and it's going to be an uphill battle.
Murray helps them out by missing a foul shot. And makes the second. It's 49-29 with 26 seconds left. So 2 seconds ahead of, or 2 seconds behind the shot clock for Germany. They can work for the last shot, although in an ideal world they'd want to get the last shot, get possession back, and there's a 3-second violation, and you can see why, as Valen was down in the key.
What is quite a scary thought for women's wheelchair basketball is this American team, who potentially are heading towards the gold medal if they continue in this fashion, just 26.8 years of age average.
And and as soon as Schwab, who's 36, leaves, and Schneider probably leaves eventually.
Darlene Hunter, 34. So you got core players, okay, leaving, but there's still some fantastic youngsters, and this is a team that could be around for 1-2 more Paralympics.
And there's a foul on Desi Miller. Schoenemann worked really hard to get that shot away with 5.8 on the clock.
It's a shame for the German fans. They've come a long way, and they'll know exactly what's happening here. Not much cheering going on.
Their expressions look pretty much the same as they were while they were watching the 5th and 6th place playoff game, in which they cared not a whit who won. And substitution now. No. Darlene Hunter up to Desi Miller, up to Gang, and Gang lets the shot away, but it's nowhere near the hoop, and that's the end of the third quarter with the score, the U.S. 49, Germany 29. It was a 20-12 quarter for the U.S., and again, they played even in the first period, and then they've just dominated the second and third.
Yeah, and the States, well, it's been a phenomenal last 20 minutes for them. Germany did really well, I thought, in the first quarter to keep it even, but the game's just gone. Maybe it's the fitness, maybe at the end of a tournament. Here's the statistics, let's have a look. 30%, the Germans will not like the look of their shooting. 49% for the USA, as ever, consistent. Defensive rebounds, well, 6 more for the USA means they're turning the ball over nicely from the German shot, and they're getting the points, and they're making it matter, and 20 points the difference going into the last quarter. Well, I cannot see any way back, especially with Miller being out of the game. Rebecca Murray is just hitting them from all angles, and Gail Genk proving difficult to defend from inside as well. Schoenemann not been at the party in the gold medal game. Murray is having a party.
About to start the fourth quarter of the women's gold medal game here at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, and the United States leads Germany 49-29. An uphill battle for the Germans here in the fourth quarter. They will inbound to start the quarter. They need points quickly. They need a couple of stops to make this back to a manageable lead, put some pressure on the U.S., and see how they respond. But can they do it? Schoenemann into Monin. Monin, who's got to start scoring for Germany. And that was just an air ball. Great defense put up by Hollerman. Desi Miller with the ball. Up to Murray. Officials counting the 8 seconds, and they're going to call her for an 8-second violation.
Marina Monin has 4 points for the game, 2 from 11. Marina Monin has 4 points in a gold medal match. That is how well this US team have done.
She was averaging 17 a game coming into this and shooting 55%.
Exactly. I mean, the Germans just stopping the Americans getting over the halfway line, and Monin gets the ball stolen off by guess who? Who would it be? Oh, Rebecca Murray.
And it's 3-on-2. Murray, Gang, Hollerman, and Hollerman misses the layup. Hollerman's missed quite a few, actually, in this game, uncharacteristically as well. But in wheelchair, 3-on-2 is not as big an advantage as it is in AB basketball, because the chairs take up more of the room, but they executed that one perfectly.
They do. I mean, it slightly depends how well the players move the ball. And sometimes, you know, if you've got a Rebecca Murray who moves the ball that quickly, and other players who can pass in a similar style, Zayn's one of them, you know, it's quite simple to manufacture the shot.
And Zayn, well, the rebound, Gang couldn't get to it, and Murray just came out of nowhere to take it away from Valen. That was a loose pass by Desi Miller. and the ball will go over to Germany. I would not be surprised to see Schwab come in at this point.
I find it fascinating from the American semi-final. You made a brave call, but probably the right call, as we see Steph Wheeler there, that Murray wasn't actually the player of the game. Miller was yesterday, Desiree Miller. Today, Miller is going to potentially win a gold medal. She's had a very average game. Murray, though, there's no doubting, as the Germans add another 2. Murray has been player of the tournament. Schoenemann finally getting a basket to go.
That's what I was just about to say. If you were giving a player of the tournament award, it would have to go to Murray. And the Germans came out to stop Miller. They, there wasn't a response from Rose Hollerman. It wasn't like they left her to score lots of points, but Murray rose to the occasion. She hits another one there. The toothy grins there. And really in this situation, I'm just surprised there hasn't been any substitution at all from the U.S.
I've just noticed.
They've had five players go 30 minutes.
I just had a look at who was, where the scores were spread, and I was like, there's only 5 players who scored points, and that's because no one else has come off the bench for the Americans. It's a marathon performance from their starting 5 to go.
And now, it would really, I think, drive the nail in the coffin. You put Schwab in, you increase the pace a little bit. You help them break the press if that's what comes up. You put Schneider in maybe and have another big. But it's very strange. I'm not going to argue with it because it's working. Desi Miller looking at her hand. She's called for the foul. And then she's looking at her hand as if the hand somehow disembodied, committed the foul without her knowing it. But Germany, even now the U.S. has started this quarter playing slot. Oh, and the three-pointer is in by Schoenemann. And as I was going to say, even though the U.S. has started this quarter playing sloppy ball, as if they think the game is already over, perhaps. And now Hollerman in the front court can slow it down and wait. Germany hasn't been able to take advantage of it. Gang spins around. Hollerman, Desi Miller on the baseline. Shot clock down to 3. She drops it for Hunter, and Hunter can't control it before the shot clock expires.
On your comment about Christina Schwab and whether they bring her in, it'd be nice, being sentimental, for Schwab to come in, as this would be her 3rd gold medal. Played in 2004, played in 2008. Natalie Schneider, also another player who's there in 2008. Nice for Schwab to get on and play in the gold medal match. I don't think there's any doubt which way it's going unless the Germans really get a run here.
Well, Schwab's got her warm-up off, so it looks like she might well come in.
Maybe that's just a suggestion to the coach. Come on. Somehow, Steph, I'm ready, Steph.
Somehow I doubt Steph Wheeler needs to listen to me. I don't think there's anything I could tell her.
Oh, no, I meant her taking her warm-up top off and suggesting to the coach she's ready to go in.
Well, let's see.
Abby Duncan looks like she's going to come in as well, if that's what we're going on. Youngsters inspired by the Paralympic Games, and it's great to see. The Germans need to find some inspiration of their own here.
Nope, Desi Miller's still on.
No one wants to inbound the ball at the moment. But it's a funny old gold medal match, this, and gold medal matches so often can sort of go this way. They're never quite the spectacle you really want them to be. The sort of, you're absolutely so right. Close at the end of the game. The US have just shut this out. It's been a really good performance from them yet again.
Often the case in championship games in lots of sports. We overthink it, we overanalyze it, and really often one team comes out with a better plan, they execute it better, they get a little bit of luck, they just play better. That's why FA Cup finals and Super Bowls are often such disappointing games. Schoenemann in and out, and Becca Murray with the rebound for the U.S. Looks down court, aware of that 8-second rule, which is one of the ones that's enforced. And, well, she couldn't get the pass to Hollerman, and good defense, and just as I say good defense, Brewer is punished with a foul.
What people who may not have watched the London 2012 Paralympics need to know as well is this is very much 4 years in the making for the USA. Stephanie Wheeler would have been hurting a lot from the not making the gold medal match in London 2012, and then also losing the bronze to the Netherlands. That would have really hurt this American team. They knew they had the talent, but they just didn't make it in London, and they've come here and they've proved that they are the best team.
Well, Gang's shot hit the front of the rim, and then Gang went over. She's picking herself up right now. Germany coming down with a 5-on-4 advantage. And Monin hits. And Germany's outscored the U.S. 7-2 in this quarter so far, as we are inside of 6 minutes left in the game. The U.S. has only scored 2 points in the quarter. Parliament, Desi Miller puts it on her lap. But they're not going anywhere. It's like, I know that they have the lead. It doesn't have to be urgent. And there's a foul on Gail Gang for setting the screen. And Zayn goes down between Gang and Murray.
Something we mentioned earlier about Desiree Miller was that it was almost an act and a game face, this sort of slow, deliberate play, as you see Murray spin and go into poor Annika Zayn. Miller actually, she doesn't look like she has another gear, and I wonder whether it is an act, but actually has she got that pace to take it up again if she wants to?
Substitutions getting ready. I'd be interested to see what happens when they use Miller not in the point role and you put her in the other. I mean, they did a few times and she looked perfectly good at that, but it may just be that that's the way they want the point done. Schwab is in, Schneider is in for the U.S.
The double gold medalist in the...
And I think it's Soldan.
It is Soldan.
Yep.
It is Soldan.
As the third one in for Hunter. Schwab, nice lead pass for Murray, who's one-on-one, and Murray just holds up and gets fouled by Velin.
She doesn't get flustered, Rebecca Murray, though. That was another crunching foul on her. And she just sort of turns away. She doesn't complain to the referee. She'll just focus on what she's got to do next. No doubt.
And Velin, that was a good defensive job. She, there wasn't much in the foul. She got the ball first and then fouled.
6 from 8 for Murray so far from the free throw line. Can she add to that? Can she take the Americans back out away from the Germans? It's 15-point difference at the moment. Is not going to be shots. It's going to be a baseline ball for the USA.
Yeah, it's interesting that the first 2 subs, although they have been the first 2 subs generally, Schneider and Schwab, 2 of the veterans on this team. And Schwab from the foul line. She misses, gets her own rebound, and they'll start again with 14. It goes underneath. And Desi Miller now playing in that forward role, and she still can't get a shot to fall. And it's going to be a foul called on Soldan, who was trying to tie up Zayn. She didn't like that much at all. Soldan, only 24, so she's like Darlene Hunter's replacement.
Yeah,
in waiting.
She was a tennis player at London 2012. Switch sports, comes here, and
and Schwab was in the athletics in London 2012. Schwab, a 5-time Paralympian, 4 times in basketball, 1 time in track and field, as we call it in the States. So getting those 2 back, getting those 2 over can't hurt them much.
Oh, Schwab, I'm surprised she's only played 14 points a game here. In this Paralympic Games, she's played just over 14 minutes a game. For her, she's a great player to have in the squad because, as you say, 5-time Paralympian, huge influence on the team. And in the background, day by day, it's a long tournament this for the team. To have her level of knowledge.
Oh, look at that. That is, she misses the shot. That is just brilliant basketball by Murray. And Schwab started. She started a couple of games at the beginning of the tournament, and then Desi Miller took over at the point. And 2 tries by Monin, she makes it, and all of a sudden, now this is an 11-point game with 4 minutes to go. This is not a game that is already decided. And Germany know it. They're putting the pressure on with 3 up front. And now Desi Miller just holds up and waits.
It's a shame.
Excuse me, that was Schneider holds up and waits for Desi Miller, who takes the pass.
It's a shame for the Germans that it took Mareike Miller getting fouled out of the game. Oh, wow. Wow, Rebecca Murray, 3 points. Game done and dusted. Well, I say game done and dusted. She's stretched it back to 14 points, and the US just with the response they needed.
And the US really at 6s and 7s with their game right now, and Germany applying the pressure and having the better of it. And Murray just says, okay, enough of this, hits the 3, and then right back comes the 3 from Monin. It's 54-43. 3 minutes to go, an 11-point lead. And who's down there all by herself is Murray, and Murray gets 2 more.
31 points in the semi-final, 31 points in the final, and as we said, no doubt who the player of the tournament is here. Monin, interestingly, up to 11 points now as the Germans make this late rally.
Zane. And I think Schwab was called for the foul, and the referee who called it didn't appear to be actually looking that way until the chair went over. And Schernemann goes to the line now with 2.5 to play. It's a 13-point game. She can make it 11.
And of course, if she does make it 11, it brings the 3-point plays in for Germany, which brings this lady into it because she is a great 3-point shooter when she gets going.
10. Sorry, 12. Excuse me. I'm counting in the wrong direction.
It's been a long week.
It has. A lot of basketball. And another day to go as the men's tournament comes to an end.
Lovely shooting. Great form from Schunemann there. Pressure shots.
56-45, 2.5 minutes to go. Germany now with the full court pressure. They need a couple of turnovers, a couple of threes. And back in the game comes Hunter to inbound to Desi Miller. Gang comes back in the game as well, and Gang leaves it for guess who? Rebecca Murray, and she misses, but the rebound to Hollerman, and there's a foul anyway.
But she missed one. Can you believe it? Rebecca Murray, hold the back page. Rebecca Murray has missed a shot in the gold medal match. Well, she's missed a few. Rolling to victory, USA, and that is barring one of the comebacks of Paralympic history, how it's going to be.
And Murray not pressured. Hollerman now spinning with 6 on the clock. Back to Murray. She has to get the shot up, and it's an air ball. But of course, the clock is working in the Americans' favor too. If they use up all the shooting time, it takes away from the time Germany can use to come back, and Germany have to shoot quickly. Schoenemann comes right down, sets up, and gets her shot off and misses, and it's out of bounds off Germany. Will come to the U.S. just under 2 minutes to play now in this game.
A real positive for this gold medal match is that the Germans have come back into it, and it is that they've shown, it's 16-7 for the quarter. How brave of them to sort of, come back at the Americans and say, no, we're not going to go down and be, beaten by 20, 25 points. You're going to have to work for your victory. And it just makes it, we said about sort of spectacles like this, they sometimes fall short. At least the Germans have gone out there and put up a good fight in the closing stages.
Desi Miller slows down her normal pace. And there's Gang. Gang was looking for the pass, then went for the shot, and Schoenemann fouled her with 1:42 to go.
Miller 1 from 9 from the floor in the gold medal match, 11%.
That's amazing.
Gail Gang in comparison 4 from 8. She's had a very, very good game, the co-captain.
But in fairness to Desi Miller, that was the German plan, was to take away that shot from her that she had been hitting, make her take different shots.
Yep.
And it worked.
Unsettle her.
Yeah, it worked. Gang makes it.
Well played, Gail Gang.
57-58 from Gail Gang, 58-45 with 1:40 to go. And the free throw percentage for the U.S., well, that's been their best shooting. Monin looking for the 3. She knows they need 3s, and she doesn't hit that one, and it's going to go out of bounds and over to the U.S. with 1:22 to play in the game.
1:22 to play in the game, and it's almost certainly going to be going the way of the USA. for gold. Germany, they have been brave. It has been a good comeback in this final quarter. But the Americans have closed out a game that really they set up beautifully in the first 3 quarters.
Oh, that spin by Murray, and so she'll take the shot. She misses, and it's 1:05 to play now as Germany bring it down with Monin. Murray picks her up. Monin goes back out, and she's going to go inside to Schoenemann. She misses. The rebound to Desi Miller, who protects it and then gets it to Murray, and Murray's fouled in the backcourt as she gets it up to Rose Hollerman.
But that shot from Schoenemann was, you know, she does look like a shadow of her former self currently, and it's a shame for Schoenemann. She's such a bright spark for this German team. That lady, definitely a bright spark for the Americans, Rebecca Murray. But Schoenemann, you'd normally expect her to make shots from that sort of range.
And, and for Germany, with Miller being 26 years old, but Schoenemann's 33, and Monin's 37 now. You know, the question is, where do they go in the future? In which direction and with which players? Gross, who's only 22, could come along, you know, as a big, but right now I don't think she's ready.
I would be surprised if Monin continues. I don't know that for certain. I'd be surprised. Schoenemann, she's kind of in that awkward age, you know, 33, 4 more years takes her to 37. She might carry on to Tokyo. Your guess is as good as mine on that one, but they have
active enough to be able to. I mean, she plays like a younger
very
player,
athletic player. Totally agree. But they have got, you know, they have got a young group of players in there. It just depends, can they perform like your Marina Monins? It's a big player to fill if she does leave the squad post these games.
And the U.S. called the timeout with 33 seconds left, and we'll see who comes out on the court to finish this game up, as Rebecca Murray's 2 free throws put them up 60-45, and that 60 matches their lowest score of the tournament, which was against the Dutch. Game they won 60-50. And a very similar game in a lot of ways. The Dutch had a great first quarter, ran even. The U.S. had a good second quarter and a fantastic third quarter, broke the game up, and then the Dutch came back in the fourth quarter to make it a close game.
And the Americans seconds from celebrating, and
look at that.
You can't get past the fact they deserve
one scorer stands out among everybody else in the game.
Rebecca Murray, wow.
Yep.
She's played them to yet another gold.
And the German fans, not much to cheer about now, and the Americans, they're 33 seconds away from an explosion of joy. And Desi Miller just holding the ball. Nice to see Briesman coming out on the court for Germany. Hollerman over to Murray, 9 on the shot clock. Desi Miller, and she hits one from the foul line, from her spot. Desi Miller hits, and it's 62-45, 13 seconds to play.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans have to put this into perspective. They are now such a successful team in world terms, and they weren't always that way. It hasn't always been this way for European basketball. Silver again for Germany, but the USA, wow, 3 golds in 4 Paralympic Games, and they claim the gold, and congratulations to them. There has been no better team here on overall performance. The USA, Mike, superb stuff.
Absolutely, they rolled through the tournament undefeated, and deservedly so. Teams could keep close to them for short times, but no one for the whole game, and a big part of that reason was the shooting and the all-around play of Becca Murray, really the leader of this team, quietly and just doing everything that needed to be done for the U.S. to give them the win. And emotional scenes from these American players. Rose Hollerman, at age 20, is a Paralympic champion for the first time.
Murray, 33 points in a gold medal match. Steph Wheeler, she won gold as a player in 2004 and 2008. She was gutted not to take her team to the gold medal match in London as the Germans wheeled away from the British capital with the gold medal. But they've come here to Rio, and Germany have been ousted. They've lost the gold medal here in Rio, which they of course won in London. They have to accept that silver's all they'll get. Gail Geng, what a game she had, Geng. 11 points for the match, and the co-captain can be really proud of her team and how she played. They just outplayed the Germans.
And now the U.S. have passed Germany as the top medal winners in 4 gold medals now in Paralympic basketball. And they've tied them in the overall medals with, well, actually they've gone ahead 8-6 in overall medals.
Annika Zehn there in floods of tears for the Germans, and you've got to feel sorry for this German team. But that said, you look at it as well, America go unbeaten through the competition, which Germany didn't even manage to go unbeaten through their pool. They'll have been delighted to beat the Dutch in the semi-final and make it to the final. But did they use up too much energy in that semi-final? Did it take too much out of them? The USA just got the strategy perfect today, I thought.
And after 4th place finishes at London 2012 and at the World Championships in 2014, the U.S. has gotten that 4th place monkey off their back, and they have defeated Germany for the gold medal here at Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, 62-45. And you know what? We'll look at the final statistics as they come down, but the only statistic to me that really matters is 33. Well, actually, we're getting the final ranking now. USA, the gold, Germany, the silver, Netherlands, the bronze, Great Britain, their best ever finish in 4th place, Canada 5th, China 6th, Brazil, France, Argentina, and Algeria make up the 10. Algeria
and Argentina should be proud of how they performed. Great Britain up by 1 in the world rankings. USA, though, I mean, what a tournament. What a tournament overall. I thought some of the quality of the women's basketball here at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games really took the level in women's wheelchair basketball up a notch.
Well, it was close for 1 quarter, but as it proved in this tournament, no one could stay with the USA for the whole game. And Becca Murray with 33 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, the MVP of this game and certainly the MVP of the tournament, as the U.S. takes the gold medal here at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Germany gets the silver. The final score, the United States of America 62, Germany 45.
instantes teremos a nossa cerimônia de premiação com as nossas atletas paralímpicas. Fiquem conosco e participem dessa grande festa.
Grab somebody sexy, tell 'em
basquetebol em cadeira de rodas feminino dos Jogos Paralímpicos Rio 2016. A entrega das medalhas de ouro, prata e bronze.
Clap along
Tá chegando a hora, daqui a pouquinho, a cerimônia de premiação, galera. Fiquem conosco, vamos fazer parte desta grande festa nos Jogos Paralímpicos Rio 2016.
Oh no.
Senhoras e senhores, a cerimônia de premiação do basquetebol em cadeira de rodas feminino.
And welcome to the women's wheelchair basketball medal ceremony here at Rio de Janeiro, the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. And the medals are being marched on to the court right now after 9 days of tremendous basketball action here at the Rio Olympic Arena and also in the preliminary rounds at the Carioca Arena 1. And now coming onto the court, the third place team from the Netherlands. The gold medal winners from the US. Change of headband for Desi Moore. That's the former one.
Very important for a medal ceremony.
And then the silver medalists from Germany in the match just concluded 15 minutes ago, US and Germany, which the US won 62 to 45.
Always tough for the silver medalists to turn back round after a final and force a smile. They'll appreciate what they've achieved here. Maybe not today, but they will go away and realise that they just came up against a better team in the end today. That was the whole tournament. The USA have been the strongest team. The Netherlands have known that. Natalie Schneider, a couple of gold medals in her career now.
And I don't care how blasé, how sophisticated, how rich you are, what honors you've won elsewhere. I've seen it in the Olympics with NBA players. I've seen it in so many sports. When you get up onto that podium with the Olympic medal, there is literally, I think, no feeling in the world like it.
And that's why they all strive for it. It means so much to these players to get here. They work so hard for so long.
And now introduced to the crowd. And there we have our medal presenters being introduced as well. And on the right is Mrs. Maureen Orchard, who's the Secretary General of the International Wheelchair Basketball, and she'll be presenting the bronze medals. Presenting the gold medals will be Sir Philip Craven, who's the President of the International Paralympic Committee. And presenting the silver medal in the center there is Mr. Ulf Mehrens, the President of the International Wheelchair Basketball Federation.
Membro do Conselho Executivo do Comitê Paralímpico Internacional.
And it will mean a lot to the presenters to be handing the medals out.
Yeah.
Sir Philip Craven.
Sir Philip Craven presented the medals. I was doing the basketball tournament at the London Olympics. He presented the silver medals to the women's, that was France, at that tournament, and said afterwards what an experience that had been for him. And of course, that was just 2 weeks before the end of a great wheelchair basketball tournament at the London Paralympics.
And of course, he hails from Stoke Mandeville, which is a hotbed for wheelchair basketball. It's home of the Aces Club,
where the Paralympics originated. Grew out of an idea there.
The German families, they'll be delighted to have taken a medal away from here. Came away, of course, first in the group, as we see Maureen Orchard coming forward.
And Maureen Orchard will present the bronze medals to the Netherlands. Secretary General of the International Wheelchair Basketball Federation. The first one goes to Ilse Arts. Inge Hoitzing.
What a player she's been for the Dutch, Hoitzing, over the years. 42 years of age now.
Lucy Howland. This is one of my favorite players in the whole tournament, Jitske Visser.
One of the most underrated players in the world game. She is such a star for this team, but, you know, people often leave her alone in games and she makes them play.
Another one, Rose Oosterbaan.
Great low pointer over the years for the Netherlands.
Sanne Timmerman. Thought she had seen a bit more action, perhaps. Bo Kramer, who turned 18 on the 15th of September when they lost the semi-final.
Timmerman and Kramer, real ones for the future for the Dutch.
Cher Corver, the veteran at 40.
She's been there and done it, but another medal in
The Dutch
the
captain,
locker.
Barbara van Bergen. Another one of their veterans, Carina de Roy. Hoping for the double with her husband to both get into the medals, men's and women's teams. Mariska Bayer.
She didn't have the tournament she'd have hoped for, Mariska Bayer. Such a powerful forward, but it didn't really work out for her in Rio.
And Evelyn van Leeuwen.
Van Leeuwen, 44 years of age, and gets the bronze medal around her neck. And the Dutch, 2 in 2, London and Rio, bronze medal twice. They had really high hopes here. They'd been doing really well in the European competitions. Silver medalists in the Euros 2015. They've been winning the tournaments in the run-up, the Dutch Battle and the Continental Clash. Just couldn't quite make it pay in Rio.
And the players now receiving their gift as well. The Dutch, that's the 4th time they've bronze medaled. They bronzed in Seoul, they bronzed in Barcelona, they bronzed in London, they got silver in Atlanta.
But it was a long time between Barcelona and London, and they really fell away. They were, again, like Germany used to be, they were one of the also-rans, in the times when Canada were going and winning 3 golds in a row and the Americans were doing so well. The Netherlands were nowhere in that time, and they've really come back so strongly in the last few years.
And that is the team from the Netherlands. Bronze medal in women's wheelchair basketball. A very entertaining team. And I watched them practice. I was out there, some of the nicest people that I've met in this whole competition.
Coach Gert van der Linden will be pleased.
And the silver medalists from Germany. And some of the most entertaining coaches, I have to say, too, because Holger Glenicki, at the end of the match and after the match, as the Americans were celebrating, came over and poured water over the American coach, Stephanie Wheeler, and she just thought that was the most amazing thing. I just thought it's the friendliest gesture. It's almost like a family here of competing teams. Think of themselves all as part of one big family. And Mr. Ulf Murens, president of the International Wheelchair Basketball Federation, presents the silver medal to Marika Miller, and her wife, Desi Miller, will get a gold. Johanna Valen, one of your favorite players, I think, Simone Kuss.
Yeah, from Einbeck in Germany, the 40-year-old. Been around a long time on the international scene, and another medal around her neck.
Anna Potswald. Anneke Zayn.
Took up the sport at 14. A glittering career for Zayn.
Laura First.
Just 25 years of age. She'll have plenty of time to try and get back on the podium.
And here probably the key to the future of Germany. Jeske Schoenemann, 33 years old. How much longer does she have?
The Hamburger. She'll have wanted gold, but it wasn't to be today. It wasn't the final she was expecting.
Maya Lindholm. Annabelle Brewer.
Both Lindholm and Brewer gold medalists at London, as was Schoenemann.
And the veteran Annegret Briesman.
Another London veteran. Silver this time, though, for the Germans.
Their captain, Marina Monen.
It's been the talisman for them in the last few years, Monen.
And here's someone who might be the future of this team, the 22-year-old Barbara Gross.
Yeah, 4 years' time in Tokyo. I think she might have a bit more court time than she had in Rio. Holger Glenicki will be proud of his team taking silver as he retires from international action.
And the gifts are being presented by Mr. Claudio Roberto Pierocetti Marquez, the Chief of Cabinet of the Chief of Staff to the Governor of the State of Rio de Janeiro. the gifts always elicit strange responses. Because you can understand the athletes are so keyed up to receive their medals. They receive their medals. The joy bursts out of them, and then they're handed the gifts, and they sometimes wonder what do they do with them.
And to be fair, I think that's quite a good thing for the Germans, because we saw with their faces as they came out, their smiles were forced, but actually they're breaking slightly now, and they're realising there's an element of fun coming through,
yes.
And they'll now realise that actually they've achieved so much and they need to take that in. Yes, they won gold in London. Yes, that was an amazing achievement, but this is a team that have stepped into the world frame at London and carried that on, and silver here really isn't underachieving. That's
such a good point. Such a good point. The happiness is starting to come through. And now the gold medalists, the team from the United States of America.
Medalha de ouro e campeãs paralímpicas.
United States of America.
Estados Unidos da América.
And in unison, they roll forward. And the medals will be presented by Sir Philip Craven, the president of the International Paralympic Committee.
So Philip will be disappointed that the British girls didn't make it here, but he'll be delighted to be handing it on to the Americans, the gold medal.
And accompanying him is Mr. Rafael Carneiro Monteiro Picciani, who's the Executive Secretary for Government Coordination in Brazil.
Gail Geng, what a tournament from her. Megan Blanc, who celebrated her 27th birthday against Algeria in a starring role in that game.
Gang and Blanc, both from the University of Illinois, along with a smattering of players all across the rosters of this team. A great
Schwab,
college
Wheeler
program.
as coach. It's such a strong program, Illinois.
Natalie Schneider.
8 years between gold medals. She won't mind.
Desi Miller has just seen her wife pick up a silver medal, and she picks up the gold.
4 points in the final. A surprise from Miller, but she won't care now.
26 in the semi, 4 in the final. Jennifer Poist, just finishing college at the University of Arizona. Vanessa Erskine, who plays her ball in Germany.
Those two were important in the pool. They played some minutes in the pool, and that was important to the States. It got them through.
And, well, to me, the MVP, I think to both of us, the MVP of the tournament, Becca Murray.
I think Sir Philip Craven said all that needed to be said there. Putting the spotlight on Miss Murray.
And here, well, at 20 years old, Rose Hollerman, who's a student at Texas right now, the University of Texas, has a huge future in international basketball. And her teammate at Texas, also 20 years old, Abby Duncan. Great name for a basketball player. The veteran Christina Schwab, a 5-time Paralympian, 2 gold medals already, and participated in track and field in London in 2012.
A 3rd gold medal in wheelchair basketball. What an achievement for Schwab.
And finally, Mackenzie Soldan. She competed in tennis in 2012.
The States deserve this gold medal so much. No one outperformed them. They shot so well during the tournament. Rebecca Murray was just a different level of player from anyone else here. Gail Geng led brilliantly and got in close to the basket and made the points count when it mattered. And their strength in depth was so important for Stephanie Wheeler.
And Mr. Picciani, after accompanying Sir Philip Craven, is now presenting the gifts to the players. Desi Miller loves hers, that's for sure. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They dominated the tournament. Nobody had an answer, and they could adjust to anything the best teams threw at them. The Netherlands, Great Britain, Germany all played them close for a while, but nobody could stay with them for a whole game.
We didn't talk about their defence much in the match, but actually they defend very well. They hassle teams very well.
Yeah, it's a balanced team, and they do it really with only the one big in Rose Hollerman. But never really the two on the court. Schneider and Hollerman rarely on the court at the same time. And there they are, taking the applause from the crowd and showing the medals off. The gold medal team here at the 2016 Rio Paralympic Games, women's wheelchair basketball, the United States of America. And now, the Star-Spangled Banner.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino dos Estados Unidos da América.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
And there they are again, taking their final bow at this 2016 Paralympic Games, the gold medalists in wheelchair basketball, the United States of America. There's the final, the gold to the U.S., silver to Germany, and bronze to the Netherlands. It's been a great tournament. It's been a pleasure to cover it.
I was going to say congratulations to all teams. What a competition it was. The USA in the end running away with the gold, but Germany, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Canada, the fourth and fifth. The Chinese played brilliantly. The medalists, though, deserve all the plaudits here. They have been superb, and the USA have led the way.
And congratulations to Great Britain, because the fourth is their highest ever finish, and they're reaching new bounds at each tournament.
100%. Very unlucky not to be on the medal podiums here. But it went to the Dutch in the end after that cracker of a semi-final. The Germans will be delighted with their performance once they debrief.
And of course, one more day of wheelchair basketball here in Rio de Janeiro, as the men's medals will be decided in two matchups, both of which really looking forward to. The gold medal game between the U.S. and Spain, and the bronze medal game between Great Britain and Turkey.
Can the USA go double gold at Rio 2016 Paralympic Games?
It's an interesting thing, because only two countries with two teams, one on each side, in the medal ceremonies, the USA and Great Britain. Testament, I think, to how far wheelchair basketball has grown in Britain in the past few years. And now the team's just posing for the photos, and that brings the medal ceremony to an end. Once again, the gold medal to the USA. They triumphed over Germany 62-45, went undefeated through the pool, and very much deserved gold medal winners.